So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this conference on Industry 4.0 and Enabler for Make in India. Before officially starting this event, may I request everybody to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please. Thank you. So we welcome our honorable domain experts. Our chief guest for the day, Mr. B.B. Swain, the Secretary MSME. Then we have all the domain experts and delegates from manufacturing sector who are actually looking for the smart manufacturing. In fact, if we see like companies, they are beginning to understand the massive impact of Industry 4.0 and also the role of technology in fundamentally transforming the business models and processes. But the challenge that is being figured out once we talk to many of these decision makers, they say that the intermediate steps that are required actually to progress from 3.0 to 4.0 is somewhat the daunting task. And that's one of the challenge these industry leaders are facing. So it's not only about the technology roadmap, it's also about the business as well as investment roadmap in the long term. That's the thing that actually poses a big challenge. So in order to understand the nuances that how industry can gradually go from Industry 3.0 manufacturing to smart manufacturing, which is the need of the hour, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has crafted this very important Conference on Industry 4.0, wherein we'll be deliberating the progression from 3.0 to 4.0, what are the opportunities, and how we can actually understand that what are the societal challenges Industry 4.0 can actually bring apart from the the economic benefits that our country will get. So to start this session, I will request our co-chair of MSME committee, Mr. Dev-Prakash Goyal, to kindly start the proceedings with the theme address on this conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. A very good morning to all ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I am pleased to give the theme address for the Conference on Industry 4 and Enabler for Make in India. I would like to welcome our chief guest, Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, Dr. Sujata Chakranovis, Scientist G and Head CRTDH, PACE and A2K Plus schemes, and in charge Central Electronics Limited and Consultancy Development Center, Department of Science and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology. Mr. Umashankar Prasad, Director and Head Industry 4, National Productivity Council. Our President, PhD CCI, Mr. Pradeep Multani, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD CCI, and of course, Dr. Jitendra Singh from PhD CCI. We are in the midst of a significant transformation regarding the way we produce products, thanks to the digitization of manufacturing. This transition is so compelling that it is being called Industry 4 to represent the fourth revolution that has occurred in manufacturing. From the first industrial revolution to the mass production and assembly lines using electricity in the second, the fourth industrial revolution will take what was started in the third with the adoption of computers and automation and enhance it with smart and autonomous systems fueled by data and machine learning. Industry 4 is revolutionizing the way companies manufacture, improve, and distribute their products. Manufacturers are integrating new technologies, including Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum computing, additive manufacturing, and Internet of Things into everyday practices in manufacturing. Across industries, Industry 4 and concepts of smart manufacturing are becoming crucial to value creation from the perspective of research and development on the shop floor. Industry 4 has the potential to transform manufacturing in India by bringing operational efficiencies to manufacturing industries like automotive, electric, and electronics. Industry 4 brings immense opportunity for India. Manufacturing represents one of the greatest opportunities for India, not only to spur economic growth, but also the job creation and driving innovation. The government of India has set an ambitious target of increasing the contribution of manufacturing output to 25% of gross domestic product by 2025 from 16% as on date. To achieve this objective, Make in India must be integrated with the principles of Industry 4 and make the transition to smart manufacturing. India's first smart factory is in progress at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Product Design and Manufacturing Center with an investment from the Boeing company. Various Indian companies are increasing their focus and partnering with other companies for developing the IoT and M2M solutions. The Digital India initiative from the Government of India is expected to enhance the focus on IoT in tackling the domestic challenges. Smart manufacturing technologies can offer a shot in the arm to boost India's potential for long-term competitiveness and sustainability as it works towards earning its position as a global manufacturing hub. When it comes to implementing Industry 4 projects, MSMEs may experience roadblocks that hinder their ability either to deploy technologies or to maximize the benefits of their deployments. Roadblocks range from the technical and logistical to regulatory and environmental and even to the people and processes at work. Networking capabilities and the operating environment is a major issue. Industry 4 is built on connectivity from the edge through the network to the cloud and back again. A network is essential in elaborating new solutions and providing visibility into processes. Different use cases have been different requirements for new networking, and the company's operating environments may introduce challenges that impact companies' selection of networking technologies. The second issue is cyber security and cyber threats. As industries increasingly digitalize, a strong emphasis on cyber security has become critical for companies. Cyber attacks have caused operational hazards for companies making use of connected operational technologies, and security concerns have delayed many companies move to the cloud. Companies must carefully consider their cloud strategies, making use of private cloud and hybrid models when appropriate, and work to enact best practices with regard to networking infrastructure and the deployment of operational technology and IoT cyber security features. Companies see a multitude of benefits through undergoing digitization and deploying Industry 4 solutions. These benefits span from operational improvements, increased efficiency, increased visibility, improved safety, to many others. While many use cases for Industry 4 technologies are specific to a company's exact business and business practice, a number of do apply across industries. PSD Chamber will organize such events in various industry clusters of India to take our mission of promoting innovations and capacity building through Industry 4 for the economic growth of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for highlighting all the important pillars of Industry 4.0, starting from AR, VR, blockchain, IoT, cloud computing, and also you mentioned some of the challenges. I'm sure that the deliberations of the day will actually help us to surmount all those challenges, particularly with respect to cybersecurity and cyber threats. Now with this, I would like to invite our domain expert, Dr. Sujata Chaknabolis, Scientist G and Head CRTDH, TACE and A2K Plus schemes and in charge of Central Electronics Limited and Consultancy Development Center, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can someone load the presentation? Industry 4.0. No. Yeah. No. Come down. Not this. Not this. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Shri B.B. Swain, Mr. Pradeep Multani, Mr. Umashankar Prasad, Mr. Dev Prakash Goyal, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Shri Jatinder Singh, the delegates who are participating in today's conference, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to see that PhD CCI is organizing this conference on a very relevant topic, which we need to deliberate. Industry 4.0, can this be the enabler for Make in India? A very timely topic, and I'm glad that we are having it. Thanks to PhD CCI for inviting me to make a presentation on this. So the topic of my presentation is Industry 4.0, the new way of doing things. So throughout history, people have been using technologies to make their lives better and comfortable. However, the size, shape of the technologies which were being used in the ancient times is very different from the ones which we are using. But it has always been the endeavor of mankind to improve these technologies and make it more user-friendly. And this has eventually led to the various industrial revolutions. The first industrial revolution, which came up in the last phase of 18th century, was about the steam power mechanizing the things. The second revolution, which came in the end of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century, was led by introducing production lines powered by electrical energy. The third industrial revolution we witnessed during the second half of the 20th century, and it was about electronics and IT equipment. Now we are into the fourth industrial revolution, where the line between the cyber and the physical world has been blurred. It has come together. So Industry 4.0 connects embedded system production technologies and smart production processes to pave the way to a new technological age, which will radically transform industry and production value chain and business models. So there are 9 verticals of Industry 4.0, as we all know, or we can say that there are 9 technologies which is leading Industry 4.0. They are big data and analytics, cloud computing, cybersecurity, horizontal and vertical integration, robotics, augmented reality, additive manufacturing, simulation, and Internet of Things. So as the topic of the conference says, Industry 4.0, enabler for Make in India. Make in India is a very ambitious and a very important mandate and a program of Government of India. We are all working towards it. Industry 4.0 uses these digital technologies to make manufacturing more agile, flexible, and responsive to customers. It's able to create a smart factory where the internet, wireless sensors, software, and other advanced technologies work together to optimize the manufacturing system and improve customer satisfaction. So if we look into the mandate of Government of India regarding Make in India, there are 4 basic pillars. They are new processes, new infrastructures, new sectors, and new mindset. Industry 4.0 in a way gels very well with all the four pillars of Make in India. Now, Industry 4.0 is changing the way we are doing manufacturing in today's age. It's something which many companies are adopting and benefiting out of it. With Industry 4.0, the 9 pillars of technological advancement will transform the production, the way production is being done, from isolated, optimized cells to a fully integrated, automated, and optimized production flow, leading to great efficiencies and changing traditional production relationships among suppliers, producers, and customer, as well as between human and machine. So we might have a question in our mind, how can Industry 4.0 impact our lives? Industry 4.0, in fact, touches every aspect of our daily lives. It integrates the digital and the physical worlds. And we may say that it's not just about the supply chain or manufacturing, it's about business operations and revenue growth. So why does Industry 4.0 matter in this era? The advantages of Industry 4.0 is attracting people and companies to adopt the technologies, which are the various pillars of Industry 4.0. It offers better use of resources, faster manufacturing, less machine and production line downtime, fewer quality issues and products, less resource, material, and product waste, lower maintenance cost, lower overall operating cost, and creation of new opportunities. This is something what we can say is smart manufacturing. It's affordable, accessible, innovative, and secure, intelligent, seamless, and collaborative network-based, and it's obviously smart manufacturing. It leads to safe production, sustainable production, optimization, energy efficiency, and connected supply chain. So what can smart manufacturing do? It can eventually reduce energy, raw material, and water intensity by improving and integrating processes, plant and enterprise-wide efficiencies. It optimizes production and improves quality control using cost-effective sensing and control for retrofits and new facilities. It can give better visibility, decisions, and energy management practices across the manufacturing enterprise. So smart manufacturing, in fact, encompasses machine to plant to enterprise to supply chain, the entire spectrum of advanced sensing and instrumentation. It gives real-time process monitoring, control, and optimization. It leads to advanced hardware and advanced software platforms. It helps in predictive modeling and simulation technologies for industrial automation, network for enterprise, and ecosystem optimization. So I'll try to give a couple of examples across the world and also in India. When we are talking about Industry 4.0, we need to have a very close look at what India is doing. In the talk just preceding mine, it was told that the first smart factory is coming up at IISc Bangalore, being supported by Boeing. It's a huge investment by Boeing. The aviation giant Boeing is investing a lot of money into it. However, the companies have also come up and doing their bit to absorb Industry 4.0 technologies. If we look around the world, the Fanuc Robotics is operating a lights out factory since 2001, where robots build other robots completely unsupervised for nearly a month at a time. It's really unbelievable. No supervision required at all. The factory is outfitted with 20 industrial robots that can pick, pack, and transfer packages with no human presence or oversight. And without these robots, it would have taken as many as 500 workers to fully staff this 40,000 square foot warehouse. Instead, the factory requires only 5 technicians to service the machines and keep them working. So you can see what is the kind of benefit you get after adopting the technologies of Industry 4.0. The next example is about the automotive giant Lamborghini, which has shifted gears into smart manufacturing. It boasts the most advanced Industry 4.0 standards. The futuristic facility merges virtual worlds and live production by integrating robotics and machine-to-machine collaboration with Lamborghini's skilled production workers. Each vehicle moves along the production floor via automatic guided vehicles that autonomously transport each car to the appropriate work island. Electronic monitoring, data collection, and reporting from every corner of the shop floor are available instantly, and workers can control every aspect of production on site or remotely from any location. If we talk about Siemens, a German manufacturing giant, an industrial user is implementing Industry 4.0 solution in medical engineering. For years, artificial knee and hip joints were standardized products, with engineers needing several days to customize them for patients. It was taking several days for the engineers to customize for one patient. Now, new software and steering solutions enable Siemens to produce an implant within 3 to 4 hours. You can see the magic of Industry 4.0 technologies. Talking about the German company Trump, Trump is a tool maker, and it has also embraced Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 supplier and worldwide market leader Trump has put the first social machines to work. Each component is smart and knows what work has already been carried out on it, because the production facility already knows its capacity, utilization, and communicates with other facilities. Production options are automatically optimized. This is a very interesting example, which is from South Korea. We always think that Industry 4.0 is about manufacturing. South Korea is one of the biggest mushroom production organization or company, or rather I would say company, is using smart technologies in their farms. The company is producing more than 23 million kilograms of mushrooms annually, dramatically transformed its sprawling organization into smart farming. Real-time production data was collected and analyzed using IoT technology, digital sensors, and a state-of-the-art data analytics platform. Data analysis has revealed a new production approach that significantly improves crop yields by optimizing the fertilizer to soil ratios used in mushroom cultivation, generating a remarkable 30% increase in output. The company's holistic approach has dramatically improved its value, performance, and competitiveness in terms of productivity, efficiency, and quality, and its future prospects for success in the digital economy. Unbelievable. If something of this sort is applied in our country, it would be very useful in the agriculture sector. India is also not very far behind in using Industry 4.0 technologies. Bharat Forge is using smart technologies to build a better world. Bharat Forge is one of the most efficient and advanced engineering products manufacturing company, having Industry 4.0 competencies. It has embraced some smart manufacturing standards in its workplace. The company is investing in machines and in enhancing people skills to realize Industry 4.0 standards. The company is retraining more than 2,500 employees on digital manufacturing, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. For this, they have set up 4 labs, including PTC's ThingWorks Internet of Things platform. In fact, they have come up with a center of excellence also, which is something out of the world what they have developed, worth seeing that. Pardon? Yeah, private sector, yes, Bharat Forge. So another good example of Make in India is Mahindra and Mahindra. Mahindra and Mahindra's team at the Nashik plant in Maharashtra has successfully conceptualized, designed, and built a state-of-the-art robotic weld line. The step is a Make in India's achievement, and it substitutes the company's need to source a similar line from foreign markets. The new line, which undertakes geo-welding, can accommodate most of M&M's new products, including the Marazzo MPV and XUV 300, amongst others. 3 more companies, Tata Motors, Godrej Appliances, Welspun, have embraced Industry 4.0 technologies, and they are using robots which have been manufactured by Tal Manufacturing Solutions, which is a subsidiary of Tata Motors Limited. Tata Motors uses robots in its Pune factory, while Godrej Appliances has been ensuring automation on its assembly lines to reduce dependency on manual production. Welspun runs their shop floors with the help of an intelligent plant framework, which enables tracking of machinery and productivity on the floor in real time. So this would be the face of the factory of the future, which will be more modular, which will have modular equipment. It will be having IoT sensors for supply chain management, have computer vision, unmanned trucks, industrial augmented reality, predictive machine analytics, and cobot. Predictive maintenance is something which is really very important, and by using the Industry 4.0 technologies, it would help the companies to take up predictive maintenance in a big way. So what are the potential implications of Industry 4.0? This would lead to robot-assisted production, predictive maintenance, additive manufacturing of complex parts, big data-driven quality control, production line simulation, and smart supply network. So the 10 enablers or the 10 skills relevant in Industry 4.0, I've tried to list them out. It's the way we think, we act today is very different from what we used to do earlier. If we talk about 2015, when we were not into Industry 4.0 as much as we are today, the main skills were complex problem solving, coordinating with others, people management, critical thinking, negotiation, quality control, service orientation, judgment and decision making, active listening, and creativity. Things have changed dramatically, and now what we are looking for, the skills in the people, are complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, cognitive flexibility. So holistically, if we look into it, it's not about the technologies only. It's about the soft skills as well, which matters a lot if we want to implement Industry 4.0 technologies. So that's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving all the nuances of Industry 4.0 and also sharing some of the very, very relevant case studies. And it's very heartening to know that now we have the case studies from India also. 4 or 5 years back, we were used to only, cite some of the German models or Japanese Industry 4.0 models, but now more and more, such relevant case studies are being seen in India also. It's a very, very positive approach. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I'd like to invite our President, Mr. Pradeep Multani, to kindly share the presidential address with the august audience, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jitendra Singh. A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and my own, I welcome you all to this conference on Industry 4.0, an enabler for Make in India. I would like to welcome our Chief Guest, Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. I would also like to welcome our eminent speakers for today's conference, Dr. Sujata Chaknalobis, Mr. Uma Shankar Prasad, Mr. Dev Prakash Goel, Colonel Saurabh Sanyal, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and all our esteemed participants. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been working for the promotion of Indian industry, trade and entrepreneurship for the past 117 years. It is a forward-looking, proactive, dynamic, pan-India apex organization. As a partner in progress with industry and government, PhD-CCI works at the grassroots level with strong national and international linkages for propelling progress, harmony, and integrated development of the Indian economy. PhD Chamber, this building we are sitting in, we have our own building here, and we also have our own building in Chandigarh, Lucknow, Jaipur, and we have our offices in 16 states. We reach out to more than 150,000 companies. I just heard Madam Dr. Sujata. Really wonderful, because I'll be very brief. We need to hear our chief guest. It is really wonderful when one reads and hears that Siemens has reduced, their manufacturing of hip implants and knee implants from several days to just 3-4 hours a day. Also, Boeing has reduced from 500 workers to only 5 workers. We have Mahindra, Tata Motors, Godrej Appliances, all these companies are really moving into automation. Since we as a chamber have to look after making India from the 5th position as far as GDP is concerned to reach the 3rd position in the near future, we also, while looking at going to this 4.0 manufacturing level, India has a great issue of unemployment. So how we will balance both, I think we need to look into that also drastically, because we have quite a few youngsters here, and we know all these youngsters who are coming out, they must be sensibly and intelligently and fruitfully employed. So I would just like to conclude by saying that today we are fortunate to have amongst us our chief guest, Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, who will enlighten and guide us on the issues with the kind of expertise and knowledge available here in the presence of senior officials from various organizations and entrepreneurs from industry and IT sector. I certainly look forward to having very knowledgeable and extremely useful deliberations ahead. Once again, I would like to welcome all the eminent experts and participants. Thank you, Jai Hind, and God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite our chief guest, Shri B.B. Swain, Secretary MSME, for his deliberations and remarks for the August audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Multaniji. Right in the beginning, I must give my apologies to Mr. Prasad because I have get pressed into your program. Just that I have to leave in a little time. I'll be very brief. Ma'am Sujata, Sri Umasankar Prasad, Sri Jaiprakash Goel, Sri Saurabh Sanyal ji, Sri Jitendra Singh ji, all the domain experts present here, ladies and gentlemen. I really enjoyed the presentation, ma'am. It was, I would say very, very educative. If you permit, I would like to share it with all our extension offices, and I will request maybe Mr. Singh to share it. We have almost 300 offices. They will find it very useful to talk to the industries. I'd like to begin by congratulating the PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing today's program. We know the Chamber has done pioneering work in promoting Indian industry, trade and entrepreneurship. I appreciate that today's conference is on Industry 4.0, extremely relevant for the Indian economy in general and for the MSME sector in particular. With 3 different industrial revolutions behind us, we are moving from strength to strength, each time outdoing the previous performance. And today we are talking about cyber-physical systems where machines communicate with each other. I'm immensely happy to note that representatives, all the stakeholders are here today to discuss about future-ready technologies. We run a portal called Champions, which essentially tries to handhold MSMEs and try to understand their problems, try to connect to different organizations to sort it out. We periodically also take statistics of what is the kind of issues which MSMEs are interested in. You'll be very happy to know that after credit, the biggest chunk is actually technology. So which basically means it is not just for credit which the MSMEs look towards, it's also new technology, use of new technology that is definitely fascinates today's MSMEs. Access to technology and upgradation of the existing technology are the major challenges. Technology is not static. Technological evolution and technological revolution are the norm. Digitization of manufacturing, Internet of Things, Internet of Systems, cloud environment are the new vocabulary, which all are becoming familiar with. Industry 4.0 promises greater efficiency, augmented productivity, and enhanced competitiveness. In this context, I must say that tool rooms and technology centers, which is a major wing of our ministry. Today we are running 23 such centers all over the country, and as per plan, within the next 3-4 years, more than 27 will be added to that. They are all doing a very commendable job in propagating Industry 4.0 among the industries. adoption of Industry 4.0 by procuring Industry 4.0 compliant plant and machinery will go a long way in aiding MSMEs. Skilling and training on these machines will create Industry 4.0 ready workforce. Recently, we have launched some new schemes. We have a scheme called Lean, where incidentally the organization which Mr. Prasad belongs to is one of the implementing organization. We've just come out with it. There's another called Jade, which has also been recently launched. If you really look at the basics of these schemes, they're all related to Industry 4.0. And is that industries take maximum benefit of the schemes, which not only give substantial economic benefit, but ultimately helps them in becoming highly competitive. In the end, I would like to again express my gratitude to PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing today's program, which will go a long way in sensitizing and encouraging MSMEs towards adopting Industry 4.0 measures and assist them in upgrading themselves. I've gone through the program. I think a lot of exciting things are very much scheduled. You have invited many domain experts, and I'm quite sure by the end of the day, there will be sufficient education on this particular topic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
In fact, we just need motivation and guidance from you from time to time so that we keep on progressing on this journey for enabling or creating an enabling ecosystem for MSMEs. Thank you very much. So before you leave, I request the President to kindly felicitate you with a small memento and the plant from PhD Chamber. Right, sir. So with this, now I would like to invite our domain expert, Mr. Uma Shankar Pandey. He is the Director and Head HRM and Industry 4.2 at National Productivity Council. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Dignitaries on the dais and my fellow participants, Dr. Sujata has already laid the foundation, and she has explained like what are the various areas where Industry 4.0 has been applied and can be applied. And if you have taken due care, she has given the example of Industry 4.0 application across various sectors. So one thing is clear that Industry 4.0 can be applied. It is not specific to a particular sector. It can be applied across the sector, be it manufacturing or services. You must have heard many terminologies. Since few years, you must be hearing about disruption, disruptive technologies, digital technologies, emerging technologies, then digitalization, digital transformation, smart manufacturing, smart factory, intelligent factory, edge technology, edge computing. All things are related to one thing only, that is Industry 4. These all are related to the facets of Industry 4.0. And this is this particular approach of Industry 4.0 and the tools that we use is basically addressing 4 of the C's, that is connectivity, communication, computing and collaboration. So if you see the application of any I40 related intervention, these things will be there. And more so when we are talking about increasing the percentage of contribution of from manufacturing to 25% by 2025. The main tenet of this is that whatever the growth in any sector, it has to be driven by manufacturing. If you talk about any manufacturing, obviously it will be through any manufacturing. You take any sector where there is a manufacturing process or manufacturing activity is being done, it will be through manufacturing. But if you talk about even the services sector also, you take anything. You talk about McDonald's, there is also a machine. If you talk about any computer system or any application developer, there is also a machine. So machine is in the core. Manufacturing is in the core. Manufacturing will drive the economy. So we have to put more importance on manufacturing. And right so with the clarion call of Make in India, we are rightly poised to take our economy in that direction and increase the percentage of manufacturing. And I have my own feeling that this is very much possible. Then when we are talking about Industry 4.0, as Madam has also rightly already explained, that we actually have traveled from steam-based engine to PLC-based engine to robot-based manufacturing. Now we are into connected factory. So what we are doing is we have actually migrated. We are maturing ourselves. So third industrial revolution, which we call automation age or automation era, wherein more and more robots were there, computerization was there, all these things. Now we are looking into the same thing. We are advancing a little more and we are entering into connectedness, wherein we talk about IT-OT integration. We talk about interoperable framework or platform, wherein we talk about the automation stack, wherein if you see that we need to integrate right from the shop floor up to the top floor. That is right from the machine to SCADA system to MES, like manufacturing execution system, then ERP, and then up to cloud. So these need to be integrated, and that is what Madam was also talking about, horizontal integration and vertical integration. So in any I40 intervention, you need to have these type of integration, horizontal as well as vertical. Now, when we come to the interventions, what is the kind of raw material or the output that we get is data. And earlier, you must remember, like we were talking about information. We were saying that information is very important because data is not important, information is important, because once you analyze data, information, you get an information based on which you derive. But now the thing is that data is voluminous. From that data, when it becomes a metadata, that becomes voluminous, it is difficult to analyze. And then we kick in data analytics and all those things. So right now we are in the age wherein data is very important. Anybody who is doing business on data or who is doing a thorough analysis of the data, then that particular industry or that particular sector is very informative. It is having all sorts of information that a particular industry or a particular manufacturing unit or a particular organization should have. More so, it is not a hidden fact that you must be hearing about Facebook, about Flipkart, about Amazon, how they have explored, how they have exploited the strength and the power of data. Today, as on date, we are using, everybody is using a mobile, but we are exposed to all data are with them. There is nothing which is hidden until unless you share on your mobile. Now, if you have gone through, and I request you to go through one report by World Economic Forum and A.T. Kearney. That is readiness for the future of production. It was published in 2018. And based on that particular report, 100 economies, they have been on 59 indicators, they have segregated those 100 economies into 4 quadrants, like legacy, nascent, legacy, high potential, and leading. So all the American and European countries are in leading. Asia is in legacy. The sub-Saharan African countries are in nascent, and some of the countries are in the high potential, the Eurasia type of in those countries. So what is the findings related to India is they have made this quadrant based on 2 indicators. One is what is the structure of production and what is the driver of production. So within the structure of production, like they have taken up, like what is the complexity of the manufacturing system, what is the scale of the manufacturing system. So you know that India is very strong in structure of production because we are having complexities. Many products we are having complexities, and we are always operating on volume. But we are very weak on the drivers for production, wherein we consider many parameters, like what is the kind of human potential we have, or what is the kind of governance we have, then what is the kind of investment we have, what is the kind of sustainability we have. So on those parameters, it has been found that India is very weak, and corrective, or I will not say corrective action, but needful action need to be taken in that case. And for India, 3 things which has been stressed upon, that 3 parameters need to be looked into are institutional framework, human capital, and technology and innovation. So if you talk about Industry 4.0, this deals with these such technologies which we call emerging technologies, disruptive technologies, innovative technologies, wherein Madam has enumerated all the technologies that we use. But on the human or the human capital, if you see, we are very weak on that, because the skill which we are acquiring as on date, it will not be utilized, or it will have no use after, say, 5 years hence, because it is changing so fast. Because if you see at the work shop floor, all those repetitive work which used to be done by the labor, high frequency jobs, those are now being looked after by the robot. So obviously those people who are employed over there, they will go. So what is the, but the resultant is not like there will be cut in the job and all those things. The only thing, there will be a shift in the requirement of skill. So today we were not requiring any, like as Madam has also said, that apart from the soft skills, you will be requiring very programmer, like application developer, those kind of people or those kind of new skills will be required. So obviously demand or the employment in these areas will be cut off, and new areas it will be created. I can see that there are many young faces, and they need to take a note of this, that you need to develop your skill in those areas which will be required maybe 4 year, 5 year hence. Then in the institutional framework, what we need to stress upon is the kind of governance that we have. We take up many initiatives. Government has taken many initiatives in this area, and we need to have a collaborative effort. That collaborative effort, to my understanding, as on date, is we are having a miss on that. We are not up to the mark which is required. So we'll have to, as PhD, I think it is our job all those who are sitting here, all the stakeholders, like the policy maker, the national level associations, organizations like National Productivity Council, then solution providers, people who are providing solution, people who are having competencies and skills in this particular, they need to collaborate. They need to collaborate. They need to create a particular ecosystem wherein we can create a conducive atmosphere for the manufacturing to take place in an efficient manner. When we are talking about, say, productivity improvement through, as the topic says, that how it will, the industry 4.0, how it will be a, say, a game changer for Make in India or game changer for growth. So that is one thing that we have to look into. And more so, when on the line of our past Prime Minister, like Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan, then the call given by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, like Jai Vigyan. Now our Prime Minister has given Jai Anusandhan. So this is a call to show the importance of innovation and technology in coming time. So because without that, it will be difficult to achieve 25% or maybe surpass from 25% to 30%. But this is very easy. The only thing is that it needs a collaborative effort from all the stakeholders. Many, I understand that you may also be knowing that many center of excellence, many establishments have been also have come up with the funding of different government bodies, and at MPC also we are having a center of excellence. We have created an experience zone where you can come and see the kind of usage of any particular technology. So those things are created across India, and they are doing their own. There are some which are having soft flow type of experience you can have. There are some which you can have a prototype of experience. So those things have been created across the country, and those. But the thing is that they are working not in a way to create an ecosystem, but they are working in a way to create a localized ecosystem. But we need across the country ecosystem. So that is the need of the hour. Secondly, many industrial initiatives are being taken. Like what Madam was showing, you must have seen that mostly the bigger companies who can afford this kind of investment, who have this wherewithal, they are moving into this direction. They have moved in this direction. How do we bring in MSME when we are keeping a target that out of we want to increase their contribution to 50% of GDP? Then how do we bring them within this particular system? So that means the OEMs or the bigger industries, they need to create on their part also, they need to create that ecosystem in their vendor upgradation and vendor maturity level. They need to take up those on their part. Similarly, like policy maker, like PhD, they have to take the same type of, similar type of creating the supra environment wherein these people can work. Then, since we are also implementing these kind of solutions across various sectors, the kind of gap which we are finding is that the solution provider or the people, the hardware, software provider or the integrator or the aggregator, they need to also come in the front. Maybe I'm very vocal, like maybe they can take it as their CSR initiative, one of the CSR initiative for creating particular environment within their local or maybe across the country. So those stakeholders also need to come. Then one more thing is that this particular industry 4.0 application and the environment which is being created, this will also give encouraging atmosphere, create encouraging atmosphere for generation of various business models also. So like you can see the whole supply chain or the whole value chain of intervention within industry 4.0 implementation. There are many interested stakeholders will be there. So they can create their own business model. So those things also need to be within our creating for creating that ecosystem across the country. These things also will play their own important role. Now the challenges or the advantages. Advantages is all what Madam has just now said, that efficiency will improve, productivity will improve, and the best part of this implementation of Industry 4.0 is that with implementation of say productivity improvement, various productivity improvement tools, you will be able to achieve say 5%, 10% increase in your productivity or in your growth. But through this Industry 4.0, minimum 25% is guaranteed. 25 to somewhere near 40-45% you can expect that particular return. So this is one very important thing or very lucrative perspective which we need to explore. Secondly, in the process of implementing I4.0, what is the problem that we are facing as on date? If you people who are from the manufacturing sector, they will understand this. We are plagued mostly by the problem of rework and rejects. If we have these kind of Industry 4.0, if we are using these technologies, these things will be drastically minimized. So what is the ultimate effect? What is the outcome of this? You are actually contributing your effort into circular economy. That means the more what do you call efficient you are into not producing rework and rejects, that means your first yield performance is increasing. What benefit you will get? The benefit you will get that the recycling of the reject and rework those items, obviously you are investing in them. It is not free of cost. You are investing time, you are investing labor, you are investing money. So those things will be simply wiped off or it will be greatly reduced. So that benefit you will be getting directly. Secondly, once you do all these things, you will be able to control your manufacturing system in a better way. You will be able to plan better. As Secretary Sahab was also telling, National Productivity Council has spearheaded the implementation of one of the scheme on lean manufacturing competitiveness, sponsored by Ministry of MSME, and we have implemented lean concepts across 5,000 units across India, and we have seen this particular problem troubling each and every manufacturer in MSME units. So these things will, but the problem where the problem is in the investment and implementation. So once we create this ecosystem, that conducive ecosystem, then we can support the MSME units in implementation, in providing them technical support, in providing them expert supports. All those things need to be looked into, and there is where the policy makers, PhD, CII, FICCI, NASOCHAM, these people need to come in. I'm sorry, sir.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
1 minute I'll take to finish it.
Yeah. After this talk, you can ask.
So right now, what is the concept? Concept is, earlier we were hearing that big fish eat small fish. Now that concept is no more. Now concept is the faster fish will eat a slower fish. So that first movement, the advantage which Amazon got by first movement, it did not come to the Flipkart. So that particular first movement that need to be taken by us, by any industry or any manufacturing industry who will take this particular initiative, they will have the benefit of the first movement. So that we need to realize. And this is the job of we people, all the stakeholders over here. So we need to create that particular what you call awareness, that sensitization, so that we work in that particular direction. Secondly, I am a hardcore industrial engineer. So one thing which I generally is close to my heart is one simple tool, 5W and 1H. You must have heard, most of you must have heard about 5W, 1H. We have heard more of what is Industry 4.0. Now we have to look into how to do Industry 4.0, who will do Industry 4.0, where to do Industry 4.0. Those things we need to look into. And there we all need to collaborate, come together. I'll end up here only, and I congratulate PhD for taking up this particular topic. This is a very important topic wherein we need to do, it's nothing. What we have done till now, it's only a tip of the iceberg, and much need to be done. And we need to collaborate on this. And being a national level organization, national productivity being national level organization, I think, and PhD being national level organization, I think it is our responsibility to that we work in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Umashankarji, for your deliberations. And as you mentioned that there has to be an ecosystem of collaboration. We have the MOU with National Productivity Council, and definitely we will take strides forward in this direction. So if there is one question from the ma'am, yeah, you can ask me.
Hi, good afternoon. I work as a research professor in sustainable manufacturing automation in Norway. Originally, I'm from Delhi, and I went to University of Delhi for my bachelor in technology in manufacturing automation. So I'm very manufacturing. There were two questions I have for you. You mentioned the advantages of automation in the Indian manufacturing scenario. A few years ago, I was in Niti Aayog, and I later did a report on artificial intelligence and its applications. And I also visited the Center of Excellence in Bangalore. I don't remember exactly the name of the institute, but it was manufacturing, supporting the development for industries and universities. It was pure research. So two questions I have for you. What do you see the future of technologies like machine learning in sustainable agriculture or agri-tech in India? Or is there some initiative to look into the field? And you spoke about big fish eating small fish. In Norway, they have research, it's on lobster research. The big lobsters, it's called animal farming. You place them in a pond. You have, when you're doing research on lobsters, you have to put them in water all the time. And when you go home in the night, you have to separate them with glass so that they don't eat each other. Because if you leave 3 lobsters in the same pond, the big one will eat all 3. And in the end, the next day you come back, there's one big lobster. What are the initiatives in the area of automation? This is automation in lobster farming. I'm giving an example of. Basically in agri-tech for automation. Of course, there's drones, and then there's robotics, which suits reducing the scrap and improving quality in the manufacturing plant. So can you please shed some light in the sustainability aspect of it also?
What I have understood your question, you want to know, like, in agri-tech, what is the kind of application of AI, right? if I have understood you correctly.
Yeah, what kind of initiatives, even if it's a policy initiative, that's fine.
Correct. So what is, if the kind of knowledge which, the limited knowledge which I have, what is AI? AI is related to learning of the data structure or the data pattern that we have, right? Based on that, the particular machine or the particular program, it behaves in the way the human thinks, and it behaves in the, and takes decision also in that manner. So what I understand, this is in agri-tech, as you are telling, in agri-tech also, the agri industry is also evolving very fast nowadays. And if you see the kind of application of Industry 4.0 technologies in that particular area is increasing day by day. Obviously, you will be having many data. Okay. So many data you will be having. Based on that data, you will be able to create that particular algorithm or logic based on which you can have that, you can create that computer program based on which you can get an information or take a decision based on that, the kind of findings that you have. This is one thing. Second thing, as we were talking about lobster, this I frankly, if I am saying that you are talking about the bigger lobster eating the smaller lobster, I didn't mean in that aspect when I said that bigger fish eat smaller fish. The bigger fish eat smaller fish means the bigger fish take away the business from the smaller fish. So it's like if you see if you are following the Indian economy, there are many cases wherein if you see the kind of what do you call market which earlier Flipkart was having, it is not having that much. There are many e-commerce companies who have lost their market. They have lost. They have faced quite a reduction in their turnover and in their growth. So I meant by that if we are not inculcating or if we are not accepting, we are not adopting those Industry 4.0 technologies as fast as possible, then that fear is looming that we may be left behind in the business. We may not go out of the business, but we may be left behind. Our growth will come down, our revenue will come down, we will face other problems also. So I meant by that.
Thank you.
I had a solution to the challenges. Can I take a minute?
So we have a tea break. We'll rest assured that our domain experts are with us during break. And okay, yeah, please go ahead.
So I am Colonel Rajiv Sinha from U2CA Consultants, and one of my clients is ready to open 200 centers of excellence in the country on smart automation, IoT, and EV. The center will cost around 75 crores, and they will give a grant of 85%. I'm here to support industry as well as institution, engineering colleges, whoever are keen to open, and that is one solution that we have been hearing today, that how we transition to Industry 4.0, how do we acquire the industry relevant skills, and they will be setting up cutting edge technology, 21 station, and will be supporting this, running the center for 3 years and supporting the ecosystem as well as the MSMEs and everyone. So this is one solution, small contribution. I am Colonel Rajiv Sinha from U2CA Consultants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And in fact, we can have, definitely we are having a lot of questions, but we will request our domain experts to be with us. No, we will discuss that during the tea.
Beswal sir, please, we've got a really long agenda ahead. If we किसी के साथ भी पक्षपात नहीं कर सकते ना, so time out. And आपने जो बोला, please send your details to us, email to us.
Right, sir.
And if the chamber finds it's a suitable thing, then we will definitely take it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And in fact, before I request our Secretary General to propose vote of thanks, I request our President to kindly felicitate our speakers with a memento and a plan from PhD Chamber.
Mr. Uma Shankar Prasad. As you said, if you can continue the honors, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll request Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PhD Chamber, to kindly propose formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jatinder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Since time is running short, I'll be very brief. On behalf of the PhD Chamber and on my own, I propose a hearty vote of thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais and all the participants and MSMEs who have gathered around here. Today's conference is a very important conference, and there are 3 technical sessions. So please reserve your questions, question and answer, to those technical sessions where there will be industry experts who will be speaking to you, from policymakers down to the industry experts. They'll be there. Now, I would like to place my profound thanks to Dr. Sujata Chaklanovis, Scientist G and Head, CRTDH page and A2K plus schemes, and in charge Central Electronics Limited and Consultancy Department from DSIR and Ministry of Science and Technology. Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation was absolutely phenomenal. In fact, the last slide was the most important slide, where you gave the idea of the manufacturing. I mean, what it will look like in a block diagram. It was very interesting. I'm sure you would be deliberating in the technical session also and elaborating on the last slide. I would like to place my profound regards and thanks to Mr. Uma Shankar Prasad, Director and Head HRM and Industry. You gave out very good practical points, and it was really wonderful. Our President, Pradeep Multani ji, from PhD CCI, who set the tone and tenor of this conference by bringing out the issues. Yes, there will be a very big issue if Industry 4.0 is implemented in toto, because we have a large population and they have to be skilled and trained to shift into the next stage of learning. Mr. Dev Prakash Goyal, our co-chair of the MSME committee, he is himself a manufacturer and an integrator and a designer and a scientist. So he will be able to elaborate more in the technical sessions, and we will request you, Mr. Goyal, to kindly highlight the issues and points which come during the manufacturing things. Now, as regards IoT is concerned, we all are aware, we have seen a movie called Transformers. So that is a classic example of turning AI. The automobiles and cars are turned into huge monsters, and they are the huge, the robots which will fight future wars, which will also fight future Star Wars. So that is a kind of imagination you can think, but it will take a lot of time, because the MSMEs, to implant these technologies in their sectors, they first need to have the ease of doing business. Because if they do not have the basic issues sorted, they will never be able to think ahead on these lines. So it's a point to ponder. We all have to consider this and then go ahead. First, the MSMEs need a platform where there is equality, then they need finance, funds, then they need a lot of hand-holding, and thereafter comes the AI, IoT and everything. So these are the points which needs to be discussed in the technical sessions. With these words, I thank each one of you for having considered this conference very important. People have come in large strength, and we hope and pray that you get excellent benefits out of the technical sessions, the 3 of them. We have eminent speakers in the program. If you have seen, they will all be deliberating and interacting, and you can ask n number of questions. And the gentleman who asked, who gave a solution, Colonel Rajiv. Yeah, so Colonel Rajiv, I will request you that if you can leave your card with us and your brochure if you have got. So PhD Chamber would like to interact with you more and get those details from you, so that we can also, we had an experience center here set up, but we had to wind it up because we did not find many takers. So we'll see your system, and then we'll start talking to you. Thank you. Thank you, and Jai Hind, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we break for tea for 10 minutes. Kindly be on time immediately after 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting this technical session 1. I request everyone to kindly settle down, please. I request the speakers of technical session 1 to kindly come on the dais, please. Dr. Pankaj Sethia.
By the time I inquired, you have left actually.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting session wherein we are discussing the industry 4.0 for smart manufacturing as well as sustainable manufacturing. So, smart manufacturing, in fact, has become a buzzword nowadays. Whenever we talk of industry 4.2 in manufacturing, we talk of smart manufacturing. And with smart manufacturing, there is a lot of hype on sustainable manufacturing also, because as we know that we are also a signatory for getting all these SDGs enabled by 2030. And if all our processes become sustainable in nature, then only we can say that we are actually, contributing to wellness of this planet Earth. Now, in order to understand the technicalities, how Industry 4.0 will be an enabler for smart manufacturing, we have our domain experts. We have Dr. Pankaj Sethia from Ahmedabad. He is Chair Professor, Information Systems and Strategy, Chairperson, Center for Digital Transformation at IIM Ahmedabad. Mr. Shrikant Aradhya, General Manager and Head of Business Industry 4.0, Bosch Software and Digital Solutions. Mr. C.S. Sharma, Joint Director, Head PMU US from Quality Council of India. Dr. Sunil Jha, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Delhi. Dr. Rajiv Kumar Upadhyay, Director, Hindustan College of Science and Technology. And Mr. Kunal Pruthi, Senior Manager, Enterprise Solutions, Motherson Technology Services. So before we start, let's have a huge round of applause for all these domain experts. And in the start of session, like in the first session, we have understood that, the digital assets and capabilities, it has in fact become the new balance sheet for the organizations. Balance sheet is not only about profit and loss, it's also about how much, you can say the technical savvy your human capital is and what are the digital capabilities. So in order to understand more in depth about this, we will start our first session. To start with, I'll request our first speaker, Dr. Pankaj Sethia from IIM Ahmedabad, to kindly start the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jitendra ji, for the nice introduction, and thank you everyone for coming here in a rather rainy day today. I'm very glad to talk to you. When Jitendra ji invited me, I was thinking, the role of a academic professor in this particular thing, and I know you will be all, and you are very knee deep into a lot of these transformations that are being led by the smart technologies. I thought what would be a great or a contribution that I can humbly make to this particular thing. And so what I decided to talk today about is hopefully to give you a perspective where we think of making these smart manufacturing as not just running an organization which caters to the demand of your suppliers, of your customers, and so on, but thinking of smart manufacturing as an endeavor to build India. Many of you are very young here, so I think in the longer term perspective, I hope my words would have some meaning, as you would see India evolve in the next few years into the next generation or the next version of it, if you like to think of India 2.0. It's a very, it's not a very common term, but just to think about it. So let me give you a brief idea about, what is it that we need to think about when we think smart manufacturing. When we think factories, typically the image has been of something that you see on the screen here, something that is involved in production. And the first shift that I think all of us have to make is to think about the factory or the manufacturing as a different thing. So what is that different thing we want to think about? What is it that we need to imagine or conceptualize when we think factories? And this is an indication of what the modern factories would look like. If you see, these are some parts of it. If you see that there is the components that I have identified here, a lot of them are technical components, as Jitendra ji said, assets and capabilities that are being built from a very digital space into the factory. Many such evolutions are happening across the range. I often talk about, the development of Google Car in my cases at IIM Ahmedabad, and one of the discussion that comes out is, car is no more what we used to think of. Car now is a digital entity, or its value is largely due to digital components. And so my submission to you is, as we go forward, it is probably not too much of a claim to say that we need to think of a factory as a digital entity. And a digital entity, by that I mean that a large amount of value, a large amount of what you would create which will be valued by people around you will be because you have these assets and capabilities that are digital in nature, right? So that is the world that is evolving. Now, if you want to take some concrete examples, and I know most of you would be talking a lot about these things in the next few sessions as you go forward. These are just words you can imagine, but that it gives you some use cases of what we are currently dealing with. We're talking about automation for loading pallets. We're talking about once the order is replaced, we try and figure out where the manufacturing will happen to maintain the carbon footprint. Now, if you think about that, where do I source my products from? Where do I get my products manufactured? Some of you may know Yatra has now offers you, if you want to book your air tickets, it tells you the airlines with the kind of footprint if you are taking a particular booking. If that becomes something that we value, you're not going to be able to deliver that unless you have a very automated factory or a very automated system for determining where your parts come from, how much carbon footprint is in your production. So that's just one use case, but there are many of these use cases. Most of them would lead to economical production of goods. Most of them are going to be driven heavily by the digital technologies, AI systems that will do a lot of what human beings currently have been doing. And so what does that mean for creation of the next gen India? What is the vision? And the reason I bring this question up, and it is a little bit serious question, because a lot of people across the world are worried ki worker ka kya hoga, right? So the substitution, and that worry is not new, right? So a lot of AI technologies can do much more advanced things that humans can. I've taught doctors, and they have, in my classroom said, ki sir, robotic surgery, we want to understand what will we be doing if robotic surgery comes in, right? So there is this worker angle of what work and worker would look like. India may be problem. This is not such a big problem, but it is becoming bigger in Western countries, where people have even talked about basic income. Switzerland had a referendum on whether we should give basic income to everyone, and the people voted it out. They were promising some minimum amount of money, and people voted on it and said no. But that's just a society that believes that we want to earn through work and not freebies, right? And so but having said that, what I'm underlining is the reason this is a challenge is important is we need to think how or what that modern India will be. There are a lot of things we can be very excited about, but what are we going to build? Is it really going to be a good India? And so I thought, let me take a little bit of perspective. How are countries made, especially in this context? A lot of these evolutions in technologies have made countries. If you go to Western, the Industrial Revolution, they took it up and they became very advanced, much ahead of many of the other countries, right? So historically, evolution-wise, new technologies offer opportunities for countries to become great. And by that I mean, if you are able to do it better, if you are able to manage it better, you will become better than the other countries. It's a competitive race in many ways, right? So we haven't been the front runner in many previous revolutions. But my question to you is, what will help us take that leadership in this one, right? So that's the question. So I'll give you my perspective on what could be possibilities, the thing that could be done. And I want to go back to this idea of work and creation, right? So the idea that work, and we are talking on very next to the Vishwakarma Day tomorrow. So I think I wanted to bring this idea. Forget last 200 years, forget last 300 years. It's a short term in the history of a country. A lot of things that we do have a very strong history and our own historical foundations. We have worshipped the creators. We have, and we do worship still, right? We still celebrate this Vishwakarma Day, which is basically a celebration of creation, the engineering, the architects, the workers, the tools, the machines, and everything else that we kind of associate with creation. And so my vision, or the vision that I would hope you would think about, is how are we going to create this next India by enabling creation through work? And I think I've also underlined the challenge for you. The challenge is, how will we manage when technologies are all about removing work, quote unquote. Now, having said that, it is a little bit of far-fetched statement to make that technologies are always destructors of work, because as we were just talking in the break, when computers first came, we also thought that way. We also thought that they would take away work. There are studies in US that when ATMs were released, the ATM machines, a lot of people were afraid that all the clerks will go out and the bank tellers will go out of business, or they will lose their jobs. It expanded the banks because the cost of operations went down. They opened more branches and more tellers were required. And so that made it a lot more, banking became more. And so and that's the reason why I'm saying creation. Smart manufacturing will be great if we think, what more are we going to create? So you're going to expand the whole thing. And as you expand it, that is the vision for the growth of India. It is not that you make your current operations only economical, but you expand it further. Now, how does this expansion happen? How do we fill up new things? How do we create new things which are not known today? So kaise hoga? Who, kaun karega, right? What is the way to do it? And here are my two things on which I would end my, my few words here. The world has always been, per the Indian philosophies, and if you go into our own logic, the way we think as a country traditionally, is that we value workers, we worship work. The Vishwakarma example I was talking about. And so how do we take it from an era? The solution is, to be able to achieve that, we have to create hyper-specialized work and workers. Now, again, people often complain and people often talk about Indian workers are not talented, Indian workers are not this. And today only, Raghuram Rajan had this thing on how we are trying to make patchy solutions and not trying to have the core development of skills within the country. I think you've got to change the narrative. I mean, you are very young, you work on the ground. Most of you have, worked very closely with the young, if you are not in that place. How are we going to make them hyper-specialized workers? Indians have proved across the world that they are good in talent, but the challenge is, how do we groom them or build them to a level where they are hyper-specialized workers? So what to do is to build hyper-specialized workers, and how to do it. There I talk about two things: communities of practice and principled enactment. I'll just come to that in the next few minutes. Hyper specialization of work and workers, when I very vehemently say no jugaad. It has become almost fashionable in many of these places, and some of our students are responsible for that too. I don't endorse that statement. Jugaad is almost like demeaning. Hacking is a good thing even in software, but that doesn't mean you demean it as something that is thing. So what I think people in the next generation will be, they will be hyper specialized workers who are experts, who do things very well. If it needs some hacking, so be it. But you are not just jugaad workers. You're not something that is thing. The case General Motors in I think 80s and early 90s, they introduced robots in their manufacturing operations, and they did not do anything else. They did not invest in decision support systems. They did not invest in their recruitment practices, in the reconfiguration of roles or anything. And for a longer time, they had to struggle, even though they had the most advanced technologies. So when I am saying that you think about this creation of India, it is also at a micro level, at your organizational level, at your manufacturing level. It is not about introduction of technology. It is a creation of an ecosystem which involves technology along with human beings. And how are you going to create that ecosystem is the question that kind of comes to the fore. So there are a lot of if you think I could go get into the math and other things underneath why this is important, but broadly the message is these workers have to be specialized in sync with the new technologies to create a new manufacturing ecosystem. So that is going to be your thinking. If you want to take one thing out of this room, think what is the ecosystem that I am going to drive now, and what are the hyper specialized workers in my ecosystem. That's my first thing you should think about after you go out from this talk. How am I going to change the ecosystem? What is the new ecosystem I'm going to build, and what are the hyper specialized workers I'm going to put in place? There are a lot of people who have done it through, if you talk about even self-learning robots, which do a lot of these autonomous manufacturing, error handling, triggering of safety alerts, conversations, drilling and fastening, and some of these are now being, produced in India as well. Airbus uses these robots on their workshop to move around. But when I give you an example of hyper specialization, also think they're developing wearable robotic devices that help workers to lift heavy weights or work in difficult spaces. That's what I mean by an ecosystem, an example for you. Now, how are you going to build it, and how many such innovative ecosystems are you going to build? It's important for worker safety, but it's also important for productivity in that fashion, right? So you're thinking about hyper specialization in terms of building ecosystems. And to do that, there are two things, like I said, that you probably need to think about. One is building communities of work, of practice. And the reason it is important is, traditionally, historically, we have built, we build architects and we build all these professions, if you may. Some of which were very new. If you go to Mohenjo-daro and Harappa days, we had artisans building models at that time, building artifacts at that time. And some of them still you see in the society practicing as arts. They haven't died out. If you go to some remote places, or in smaller towns, and somewhere here, even in the back alleys of Delhi, you'll find many of those people practicing. However, the challenge is, what is the new? What is the new job? What is the new role you are going to build? And how are you going to let people become specialist workers in that domain? And so one idea is that institutes, universities will do their job. That's what their job is, formal training, formal education. But at work, a lot of large companies, SAPs of the world, even build these communities of practice so that they develop a knowledge base for their workers to learn and become better experts. And I think some of you, if you are in software, you know a lot of these things that you go online to search, where these solutions to your technical problems would be. But can we formalize these communities of practice as the new roles emerge? I mean, these are just a few examples of what people talk about, but there are many others that would be more relevant in your domains, whether we are building data scientists or NLP engineers or big data architects or whatever it is that we want to think about. What are these roles and how are we going to organize them so that people can come into these communities to discuss their concerns, problems, interests, and how do we give them the exchange of knowledge, facilitate exchange of knowledge, interdependence, flexibility? How do they share the best practices? What is the community that you are going to build to make sure that your workers are hyper specialized in the domain that you want? What is the job role they take and how do they become experts in that? That's my second advice to you to think about. So you are going to think about ecosystem. The second thing you're going to think is, how do I make my workers engage in communities of practice and build the communities of practice which will help them become hyper specialized? And my last message to you is, this comes from our own Indian traditions. I don't think any prosperity, and the way I am asking you to do is make India better than others, will happen if it happens internally, which means it happens with the Indian ethos. And Indian ethos are known to us. I think most of you are familiar with this. Karmanyavadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Yeah? You know that, right? Ma karm phal hetu bhurma ta sango swat karmani. You are going to not worry about the fruits of your work or labor. You are going to worry about work, not the fruits of it. But you are also not going to sit idle. You're going to work for the, not for the fruit, but you're also not going to just sit idle and work. You will work and not just sit idle. Iska matlab kya hai? If we give this advice to the workers, we've created excellent workers. Now you as managers, you as organizers also have a responsibility there. If the worker doesn't have to work about the phal, agar phal ki chinta worker nahi karega, to kisi ko to karni hai. So I think what I'm saying is everybody in Indian, way of life, there is a dharma of the worker, which is what we are talking about here, which is what dharma the worker should operate with. This is something that the worker should think about. This is how the worker should become a good worker. But then how do we enable that worker to follow this dharma? I think that's my last message to you as organizers. Think about the goal for you as leaders, how you are going to create the value for the worker so they can have a prosperous life because of work, even though they are not supposed to think about the prosperity when they work. But you as leaders should. So I'll end on that. Thank you so much, Jitendraji, and appreciate your help.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Pankaj Sethia. You, in fact, your both two principles are definitely, they are, they can actually create the ethos as well as the ecosystem for making our industry, more 4.0 compliant. But at the same time, as you rightly said, the jugaad, it has to be totally, done away with. Normally, we used to take a lot of kick that we are jugaadu people, and we got a new terminology for jugaad, that was the frugal innovation. I think those things, they have to be totally out of our dictionary box. And jugaad, and that actually needs behavior modification. In fact, just a small example, I was going with my friend in the Mercedes car. I wore belt, he didn't wear it. I said, why? And there was no sound beep. He said that actually he has fixed a hairpin in that buckle, seatbelt buckle, so that even if he's not wearing seatbelt, it will not, the sound will not be there. So at that stage, your person is, doing all those stuff. I think behavior modification needs this cultural change. It has to be there, and that can only happen if we definitely believe the ethos that you have presented in both these two principles. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
Dr. Singh, when is a good time to ask a question?
Last after all speakers.
After all the speakers,
sure.
yeah.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Shrikant Aradhya. Mr. Aradhya is the General Manager and Head of Business Industry 4.0 at Bosch Software and Digital Solutions. Over to you, Mr. Aradhya.
Yeah, thank you. Very good morning to all the dignitaries present, and a very good morning to all the audience. So my focus of this presentation is more on sustainable manufacturing, because Industry 4.0, the advanced robots and other things, I think Dr. Sujata was mentioning in the morning. But then all these are good, but are we going to leave our planet to our next generation in a very sustainable and a cleaner way? And is Industry 4.0 going to help in that? That's going to be my point of discussion. Bosch, as you know, is a big manufacturing giant. We were one of the pioneers who started Industry 4.0 around 10 years back. Industry 4.0 is actually a German word. This was coined in Hanover Messe exhibition around 10 years back, where the German government wanted manufacturing to come back to Germany, because there was a lot of outsourcing going on. India, China, they were all manufacturing, and German manufacturing employees were losing their jobs. So German government thought of how do we bring manufacturing back to Germany, and that's how Industry 4.0, they had a team of corporate specialists and the policymakers joined together. They released a documentation called Industry 4.0, how do we go about it? And that's when this term Industry 4.0 was coined. And this basically means how do you use the advanced technologies of computers, communications, cyber security systems, and how do you build a manufacturing which is much more profitable, much more efficient, and much more giving a higher quality, so that you don't need to outsource. You can make it at a lesser cost inside the country itself. So that's how Industry 4.0 started. Now, for the last 10 years, Bosch has done lots in Industry 4.0. Most of our manufacturing plants have become Industry 4.0 compliant. But then the point is, are we really leaving the planet to our next generation in a very sustainable way? And is Industry 4.0 going to help in that? So I think that's the dharma which Dr. Sethia was telling. So are we doing our dharma? So first I will start with a video to talk about what has been Bosch's journey in terms of climate. Here. Just give me a minute. No, I think. So with that, I start my presentation. So as you could see in the presentation, in the video.
The relationship between emissions of greenhouse gases and climate change is a scientific certainty. To combat this phenomenon,
So we were actually around 3.3 million tons of carbon dioxide emission company in 2018. But then by 2020, we had become completely carbon neutral. Carbon neutral means you should not, there should be a zero greenhouse discharge from the organization, the complete enterprise. So how did we achieve it? I think there were some things which were shown, but out of that, I'm going to more discuss on the innovative solution part of it. That is how Industry 4.0 helped us to achieve carbon neutrality. We were the first industry enterprise with a global presence who did this carbon neutrality way back in 2020. We have invested more than €1 billion towards carbon protection. And all our 400 odd locations around the world are carbon neutral. So these were the 4 levers in which we worked. One was increasing the energy efficiency. That means as a manufacturing organization, we do consume a lot of energy. It could be energy in terms of burning fossil fuels like coal and other things. It could be in terms of using industrial gases. It could be in terms of logistics, all those things. How do we make them more energy efficient so that you reduce your energy consumption year on year? And what are those solutions which basically look into that? The second one was supplying with renewable energy. Wherever there was alternate energy available with wind or with solar, we bought that, we went with that renewable energy. We also purchased green electricity for many of our plants. And lastly, we compensated carbon emissions. That means it's called as offsetting. That means with all these things, if you really don't come to zero, you can do something for like a renewable program in a developing country and get a carbon credit for it, a UN approved carbon credit. That's called offsetting. So these were the 4 levers on which Bosch acted. But then I will be more focusing on the first lever, which is of relevance to this discussion, because we are looking at how Industry 4.0 is going to enable, and the main lever which enables is the increasing of energy efficiency. So Bosch has got a dual strategy. It is called as lead user and lead producer. We have around 200 odd manufacturing plants in which we manufacture variety of things, right? It could be our dishwashers, it could be our washing machines, it could be our injection pumps, a lot of automotive components. And there is also something called as a lead provider. That means any solution we develop, we are actually going to try it out in our plants. And once these solutions are optimized, perfected, bug-free, then we give it to our external customers. That's the lead provider strategy. So in the same way, for reducing or increasing energy efficiency, main thing is you should look at how I4.0 technology with inputs from the domain or from the business can go at reducing your energy consumption and increasing your sustainability. So this is the 5-step framework which we have used to reduce the energy efficiency in our manufacturing plants. The first step is all about eliminating wastages, because in manufacturing there will be a lot of days when production doesn't happen. There could be an idle running of the machines, maybe during setup changes or during worker changes. And there is also a power factor which can be tuned. So these are all wastages. So the first step in our framework is reducing our energy wastage. The second is increasing the asset efficiency. The asset means it could be machines, CNC machines, PLC controlled machines, or it could be your boilers, HVACs, compressors. So how do you basically make them more energy efficient? So this could be in terms of doing a loading analysis. That means how they are actually working in a particular pattern of the day. Can I do a condition-based maintenance? That means based on whether a particular problem is going to occur, can I predict it and do a condition-based alerting so that there is lesser downtime and better efficient working of the machine or the asset. And the set point optimization, because many of these HVACs or furnaces, they have a certain amount of parameters which need to be controlled. So what are those best parameters or best recipe in which a particular asset can be run? So that's another point of increasing the asset efficiency. The third step is more about improving the process and the operations. So the assets need not be thought of alone. These assets are working together for a complete product manufacturing. There could be a line with 100 machines which are working together. So how do you optimize the entire cycle time of this process? What are the ramp up and ramp down strategies? Because when you are ramping up a particular product or a particular machine, you are consuming more energy. So how do you stabilize that? Finally, in terms of optimizing your production plan so that you have specific machine allocation, less of wastage, both of human resource and the material resources. And finally, the last one is where data and how you can analyze the data to get business insights is brought about. So some of the things which we have done is power demand prediction. That means based on my historical analysis for the last 6 months, can I predict how much a manufacturing plant is going to consume on a particular day and only source that much energy and need not source more or not source less. Similarly, if I have a solar generation plant and a manufacturing plant together, can I know tomorrow what is the yield of my solar plant? Once again, data analysis. Then how do I do a captive generation management? How do I get my solar power plant or a hydroelectric plant to generate power in an optimum way? So all these are basically based on historical data, analyzing them, looking at anomalies, looking at trends, pattern recognition, and build business insights out of it. So that comes at the final level. So many times when Industry 4.0 projects are thought of, people always rush to the final thing. People think of prediction, predictive maintenance, but then you need to do a lot of things beforehand so that that prediction, what you do at the end, can give you really good improvements. So the solution what we used for all these things is called Bosch Beep Sites. This is a solution which has been developed by Bosch, and right now all the plants in Bosch India are connected over this solution. And this is a solution for monitoring and managing your energy. It has got built-in KPIs for energy tracking. It has got an analytics layer where you can cognitively look at the business insights coming. And there is also 50,001 certified. Basically, 50,001 certification means you can use the reports got by this solution for your energy audits. You can actually present them to the energy audit bureaus. And this solution can be utilized across different classes of analytics, assets or utilities. like energy, oil, water, process machines, power sources. So it's a domain independent solution. And basically this solution has got a connectivity layer where it can connect to various assets. It could be your energy circuit, it could be DG, UPS, solar plant, it could be a gas circuit, maybe air compressors, N2O2 circuits, water circuits, because water is also one important part of industrial production. You have groundwater, you have tap water, which water to use, can you really reduce your water consumption in manufacturing? And then you have your utility machines. So the first important point to solve when you get into this is connecting these various assets, because all these assets don't talk in your USB language. Each of these assets will talk in its own protocol. We call it as industrial protocols. It could be OPC, it could be RS-232, it could be Modbus. So you need to have a standard connectivity layer which can collect data from all these assets on a single platform basis. So we have that done. And once you collect it, then you need to possibly build or consume it. That means data is available. Now what do I do with the data? I need to build visualization screens which give you KPIs in terms of energy consumption, in terms of peak working loads of a particular asset. So there's a standard amount of dashboards which need to be set up, which is already available in the solution. And finally, a cognitive layer. Cognitive layer is more in terms of building analytic models for particular assets. For example, I have an HVAC. I should have built an analytical model which tells that this HVAC, when given, needs these parameters to work on. This is the standard set of parameters which can be given to HVAC so that it can be optimized or working in an optimized fashion. And there is also something called forecasting. That means, can I predict what is the solar power generation or my energy consumption for next year? And leakage detection, because a lot of industrial gases due to piping get leaked. That is once again an energy loss. Similarly, water gets leaked, so that's an energy loss. So all these things, can it be tracked and can it be consumed? So this particular solution does all these things. So it has got 4 stacks. One is a connect layer, then a collect, and then a consume layer and a cognitive layer. So many of the industry 4.0 solutions, not only on the energy side, but even in terms of productivity improvement or quality improvements, normally need to possess these 4 layers of stacking. These are the dashboard kind of things, what you can see: energy consumption, energy sourcing, demand supply trend, who are all the top energy consumers inside your manufacturing plant. It could be particular line, particular area, particular service. And the solution is built in such a way that you can actually have a graphical image of the entire plant, and you can then localize to a particular building, particular location, and see what is the particular energy consumption in that particular line, particular asset. So there's a lot of drill down possible in that. Recently, we inaugurated our smart campus in Bangalore. This was big news. Mr. Narendra Modi also gave an introductory speech virtually. So this smart campus, the entire energy management, the water conservation and water management is done by this solution, DeepSight. And we've already got around 8% operational efficiency improvement, 6% of energy savings, and a fault detection time which is less than 1 minute, so that you can quickly act on any faults or any downtimes. And as I was mentioning, this solution is across our plants, and right now we are offering it to our customers also. I talked about this. And the last one, how we have really contributed to our society or to our external customers, because not only improving ourselves, but we also need to help our customers, suppliers. So as you can see, these are 4 case studies which I wanted to show in 4 different domains. One is a textile manufacturer in Europe who had an energy bill of more than 1.2 million USDs per month. So based on our analytics-based solution, we could reduce the energy consumption, give a saving. He is getting around $1.4 million of savings year on year. Global candy manufacturer who is using a lot of HVACs, the condition-based proactive maintenance helps him to save a good amount of money. So finally, energy saving is also a high addition of money to your corporate thing. Then there's a coffee manufacturer, it's actually Tata Coffee, for whom we are doing an energy consumption and energy analytics solution, where he is going to save a lot of energy consumption. And a truck manufacturer in Japan for energy consumption and energy monitoring and savings. So the reason why I'm putting it is manufacturing, irrespective of whether it is process, discrete, car manufacturing or candy manufacturing, energy consumption and energy sustainability is a big topic, and conserving it through a dedicated solution or an optimized solution is the requirement of the day. So to end, we have currently with this solution, we have reduced more than 8,000 plus ton of carbon dioxide per year, and we are still counting. All our 14 plants in Bosch, India are connected on this solution. And we hope to give this solution to our customers and help them in their sustainable journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aradhya, for your presentation. In fact, Bosch has been at the forefront for Industry 4.0 as well as sustainability. Thank you very much indeed. Now I'd like to invite Mr. C.S. Sharma, Joint Director, Head PMU UAS Quality Council of India, for his talk. Over to you, Mr. Sharma.
Folder is there, right side.
Folder. Yes. Very good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, on behalf of Quality Council of India, I would like to thank PhD CCI for inviting me for this talk, which is very, very important. All of us are talking about Industry 4, which is a concept which is getting matured slowly as far as Indian context is concerned. And before going into the subject which I would like to talk about, let me introduce about Quality Council of India. In this entire quality ecosystem, there are three entities which are very, very important. One is with respect to accreditation. Second is related to standardization. And third is related to metrological activities. So Quality Council of India is the youngest organization among these three bodies. We are under Ministry of Commerce, and we are self-sustained as far as our finances are concerned. QCI has got 5 different boards, and we are operating a lot of schemes which are dealt with conformity assessment requirements. For example, you have heard about different ISO standards, ISO 9000, ISO 14000, OSHA's, ISO 50000, which has been talked just now. So we are working on all those standards. At the same time, what we are doing, that we are designing specific sector, specific schemes with respect to Indian context. Recently, we have designed and developed schemes in the sector of medical devices, in the sector of drones, and in the sector of cybersecurity. For example, Ministry of Civil Aviation has endorsed a scheme which has been developed by Quality Council of India, where any drone which is used for commercial purpose need to be certified by Quality Council of India approved certification bodies, which means that not only we are working in terms of our traditional industry rated aspects, but nowadays we are moving in terms of technological advancement with respect to conformity assessment solutions. So the foremost question is what is quality? So we can see that we have certain definitions which has been given in Oxford Dictionary, a degree of level of excellence. ASQ says totality of features and characteristics that satisfy need without deficiencies. And ISO says degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfill requirements for products or services. Now, can we say that quality of a Mercedes car or quality of a Tata Nano or Maruti Swift can we compare? No. Because quality is a relative term, and it is very, very important that for what specification and for what, for who, among whose stakeholders that product or service has been designed. So quality is a relative term which need to be used in the right perspective. And the customer view is dominating, very, very important. Not only the stated requirement of the customer, but whatever the implied requirement of the customer, those need to be considered, because nowadays we are moving from customer satisfaction to customer delight, and now wow factor, ये दिल मांगे मोर. So customer की expectation कभी कम नहीं होगी, उसकी expectation हमेशा high रहेगी. So quality is a evolving term, and as far as our other technological interventions are there, advancements are there, we have to see that how quality can evolve in line with those advancements. Now, why quality is essential? In my entire career of more than 20 years, I have seen that still there is a perception, there is a myth across all the sectors that attaining quality is a costly affair. When I say attaining quality, it means investment of designing of systems, processes, infrastructure, product design, cost of testing, cost of auditing, inspection, management review, risk management, risk assessment. All those are important aspects which need to be considered while we are defining our quality in our design or in our manufacturing processes. Now, there have been some surveys conducted globally, and those surveys shows that cost for attaining good quality is around 5 to 10% of total revenue. But if we see the cost of poor quality, we can see that those can be termed in terms of product failures, non-conforming products, scraps, reworks, downtime, price reductions, in complaints, returns, warranty claims, liability claims. So there's no limit of such gaps or aspects which are related to poor quality. So ultimately, conclusively, we can say that cost to attain good quality is far less than cost to maintain poor quality. Now, when we talk about Industry 4.0, these are certain important factors which need to be considered. High operational efficiency, reduction of failures and malfunctions, high customer satisfaction, high customer loyalty, minimum downtime and optimal production, improvement in product quality. So ultimately, what we can say, if we are going to implement all the concepts and framework of Industry 4.0, our aim is to attain speed and scale. But at the same time, if we integrate the latest concept of quality along with Industry 4.0, not only we can attain speed, scale, quality, but also sustainability. Because these four factors can create an ecosystem for sustainable process on the production floor. Now, what are these advantages in terms of when we integrate this quality concepts with Industry 4.0? So here we can see that advantage in terms of enhanced traceability through digitization, easier identification of the source of error and reduce liability risk. For example, nowadays we can see that in lot of automobile companies, there are callbacks are being there. They are recalling their products sometime. So if we are using blockchain as a tool to trace this entire process, I suppose you will be getting more benefits in terms of defined cycle time, in terms of transparency, in terms of integrity, and in terms of better traceability. So these are some examples that how we can use those Industry 4.0 related technological interventions, AI, blockchain, or augmented reality, to improve our processes in terms of quality, integration of quality with Industry 4.0. At the same time, investing in digital quality assurance system, complex value chains and reduction in time to market leads to higher error rate. Quality control should be integrated into the product process in progress. and ensured through integrated IT systems protected by external attacks. Now, when we are leveraging our systems to have more technological advancements, we have to see that there are certain challenges, there are certain risks. So whenever Industry 4.0 requirements are being designed and developed in a factory or at a shop floor or in any organizations, we have to cope up with certain risks. And one of the such risks may be cybersecurity or data breach related issues may be there. So there are certain solutions. As a Quality Council of India, we are also working on certain schemes that how those challenges can be defined in a conformity assessment solution. So we are working with, for example, in certain government organizations where we have defined a framework that whenever in thermal power plants, SCADA is being used, IT or OT systems are being used, entire system is being designed, which is based on technological interventions, how we can ensure cyber security or information security in a more systematic way. So these are the certain challenges we have to keep in our mind. So our approach should be reproducible processes, defined cycle time, because one of the advantage of any technological solution as far as Industry 4.0 is concerned, that most of the cycle times are being defined in terms of production requirement, in terms of customer interaction, in terms of our supply chains. So all cycle times we can define because we have got a lot of data. So if we are getting a lot of data, that the data can be analyzed and that data can be used as a decision making that what should be the cycle time of this particular process. So this gives a very, I would say, streamlined solution for cycle time defining. So ultimately, what is the aim of this entire exercise? That when we are integrating our Industry 4.0 with latest quality tools and techniques, then our ultimate objective is ease of doing business, which we can achieve through this integration. Now, I'm sure that most of you are aware about this PDC cycle. In my entire career, this is the core tool which I appreciate a lot, because most of the quality models, whether we talk about QMS or we talk about any other management system like ISMS, energy management system, or any management system or business excellence model is based on PDCA cycle. So we have to define our processes, we have to check our processes, then we have to take certain corrective action, and on the basis of corrective actions, if required, we have to define our process again. So this PDCA cycle is based not only for this QMS system, but that can also be linked and integrated with Industry 4.0. Because when we are designing our Industry 4.0 in our company with respect to processes, systems, and technological interventions, we have to see that our planning should be accurate. Once we have got a good planning, then our execution will be smooth. And now in terms of objectives also, we are moving from smart to smarter. And when I say smarter, it means specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound, evolving, and reviewable. Those should be dynamic in nature. So if we can integrate those smarter objectives along with PDCA cycle in our entire ecosystem of Industry 4.0, I suppose we can get our defined results.
So, Mr. Sharma, if you can wind up, because we have the speakers also.
So here we can see that ultimately aim of this Industry 4.0, or which is being integrated with this quality management system, the ultimate aim is that we have to effectively and efficiently manage 6 M's. And these 6 M's are being listed here. In each and every organization or factory or any shop floor, this 6 M can contribute a lot. And if we can effectively manage these 6 M's through use of technological interventions through AI and other tools, I suppose we can achieve or get our results. These are QMS principles, and I have defined different colors because customer focus, leadership, engagement of people are more relevant to human interventions, but at the same time, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision making, and relationship management are more related to Industry 4.0 requirement, where technology plays a very, very important role. So ultimately, we can say that quality is never an accident. It's always the result of intelligent effort. And I will be happy to take questions after this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sunil Jha, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering from IIT Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Before I would like to start, I just want to know how much time I have, because I am already looking at the clock and I have few more speakers after me. So I'll just try to just be a little crisp and then short, whatever I can do in the smallest time available to me. Certainly the domain of Industry 4 is so vast that even if you all try to cover up throughout the day, may not be able to cover up or touch upon the subject. I'm thankful that because the previous speakers have already given you quite a good idea about what this all, and we all keep hearing about this industry for almost last 4 or 5 years, at least in India, before Prime Minister Modi visited Hanover and then bring out the same learning to be implemented in India. So as an institute, IIT Delhi, what we are doing, what we are looking forward, because we all understand that we have a good awareness about Industry 4.0 by now. We all understand and appreciate the technologies that are being engaged and involved. Our efforts basically is to understand how to do it. That is very important actually, because we all understand the role of different technologies, how they are going to improve the deliverables at the end of the manufacturing cycle. But we are trying to implement, we're just trying to bring out the learning that is very important for all of us, whether we are from industry or from academia. So I'll cut short. I will not take you through all the slides here in the interest of the time, but just give you an idea what is the challenge, because today we are talking about the enabler for Make in India actually. So when we think about anything Make in India, what comes to our mind? It means that we are somewhere not at par with what is the international standards for manufacturing. And as I was hearing about the quality, certainly we have some apprehensions about the quality that we are producing. So let me just focus about these three. When we talk about Make in India, or when we think about Made in India, actually, what exactly we are lacking in, what's the effort required, and where exactly the technology is going to help us in delivering the same what we are expecting in terms of. So first thing, certainly the quality. You have already heard from Mr. Sharma just before me. What we are expecting is basically all three. Certainly a very good quality, at a very low cost, and timely delivered actually, the good productivity. So these are the three things. If we are able to strengthen this, we will be certainly be a world-class manufacturing country, and then able to meet all our expectations about the contribution in GDP. But let's see that when we think about Make in India or Made in India, what is lacking actually? What is the challenge, and where this technology is going to fit into this? I will show you another picture of my slides. When I interact with the people from the industry and try to understand the manufacturing and then try to compare what we are talking about in terms of the technology, situation is the other way actually. So if you look at the manufacturer, what is talking about the poor quality, late deliveries, higher cost. So just in a flip of that, what we are expecting out of this, and what are the reasons basically. Like if you try to dig out the reasons behind this, we'll get in a more insight and try to see that how the technology can help that. So I'll just try to bring out that remark in today's meeting on this. So if you just, why it is coming up, because there are a lot of rejections, we understand, very limited insight into the what is going into the factory, the operation insights. There are a lot of variations once you set up the process during the shift, during the day, or during the production. There are a lot of variations which are not noticed basically. So if you see that, then the lot of rework to match the quality expectations of the customer. We are running the facility at a very low OE. The data and the information is very unstructured and then scattered throughout the plant, so not able to figure it out what is going on. Suboptimal process controls, processes are not running at this. Long setup and production time, unprecedented downtime. So these are all challenges. If you see, when we talk about the smart manufacturing or Industry 4 today, whoever you want to reach it out, I'm just talking about the MSMEs or SMEs or other industries, which are not as per what Bosch is doing right now, but you'll come to know that these are the day in, day out challenges actually. Unless we figure it out where the technologies are going to help the manufacturer to take care of these aspects of the manufacturing, And then only we will be able to give those QCD what we are expecting today, right? So the most important thing is that these are all. So now you see the two perspective. What I'm just trying, not just to get you familiar with the technologies, but just give you an idea that on one side we understand there are a lot of challenges with our manufacturer today. On other side, sitting on the academics or the people who are doing research in these domains, we all are appreciating these technologies are available. Now the problem is to manage them. So if I know the technology IoT, what is going to do with me, where it's going to help me, basically, that is something we need to address. So today, the gap that we are filling at IIT Delhi is to understand the technology, trying to address the challenges that I have listed in the previous slide. So let's work on this. So this slide is very important. You put all your challenges, manufacturing challenges on one side, and then now you try to match them. So if I have the challenges related to the quality, challenges related to the operation inside, low OE of the machine. Now we need to, so we all are familiar with these things. So there are technologies available which give me a real-time information. There is a tools for data visualization, analyzing the data, remote maintenance. And normally when we do this learning in the class, I always ask students to match. Once they understand the technology, whether they understand where they are going to be applied and how it is going to help me in the manufacturing domain. So that is something is very important part of learning actually, that has to happen. So once we understand the technology, we try to help the manufacturer basically to solve some of the challenges that he is right now. Certainly we all talking about 4.0 and then now we are also talking about 5.0 coming in. But where exactly these industrial revolutions are helping our own industries which are still basically facing all those kind of challenges. So that is all I want to at least bring out the point over here. Other slides I would like to skip, not interested to take you through because in the interest of time, because it's a very limited time to cover. Idea was I'm just taking to the understanding basically how it is to be implemented. So I'll just show you 1 or 2 slides only. Most importantly, this one, because when we implement smart manufacturing, how we will be able to meet the requirements in terms of the QCD and what is expected after this implementation is something I would like to. So we all understand these terms. This is expected. When you implement smart manufacturing, it's not just putting the technology in place, whether we are getting this or not. That is more important over here. So these are the key characteristics of any facility who is implementing smart manufacturing. So if we are able to establish a good collaboration based on the connected enterprise. So when we say connected, most of the time we talk about the connectivity only. We forget about the possible collaboration based on the data that is going to happen either with the customer or the supplier or maybe within the facility itself. So sometimes departments also not knowing the data and the information which is supposed to be made available to them. So connected means after connectivity, you should basically realize the benefit of the connectivity. And unless we are doing the collaboration based on the data, we still not be able to say it's a connected enterprise. Same is with the other characteristics also optimized. We have to keep our machines running at a high OE, building more transparency and sharing the information within the department and outside to the customer to bring more loyalty with the customer. Proactive approaches, we all understand about all predictive things in terms of the maintenance or in terms of the quality analytics, we all understand because there lies the application of the AI and ML that we should take on a proactive measures. Not only within your premises, it should be even at the customer premises or maybe the supplier premises basically. More agile facilities because we all understand that the kind of products we are expecting are not going to last for many years now. So how my facility is being more ready or prepared for the real-time change in the schedules also. So these are some of the characteristics. Again, not deliberating too much into that. Whenever there is a possibility and the available time, I will certainly do that. So our idea is basically, I just want to give a glimpse on the foundation that we are working in, not very far from this place. Anyone can visit us. So we have this facility basically to bridge out what are the gaps I was just talking about, where industry and academia are working together to deliver these solutions. So even when in IIT Delhi we started 4 years back, we are also not very much familiar with these technologies, just understanding what is being taught by the suppliers only. Now we did a lot of experimentation and implementation in this center. We have good collaboration with the industry and the different departments in IIT Delhi. Facility we created basically to learn. This is not a running factory as such, but we have a similar equipments or the operations which are similar to the factory, and we are free to experiment with this facility. We had a good training infrastructure because that is something is very much lacking right now. When we think about more engineers, more people to understand these technologies and intuitives of these technologies and then implement, we had created a very good infrastructure from our own learning. And the idea is that basically to now train people and take this learning beyond the campus of the IIT Delhi. So that's the reason that we are working a lot in this direction. Certainly you have a discussion in the post on the skill councils and other things. So we have designed our own programs, basically how this training can happen. It's still not being running as an academic program in IIT Delhi, but we have learned a lot in last 4 years to share with the people in the different technologies, especially implementing, because I focus on the implementation. I understand what technology is all about. I understand where it is required, but who is going to implement for me? So that is all our efforts in implementing Industry 4.0. Thanks. In the interest of time, I just want to conclude here itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jha, for your presentation, and I'm sure that if there is opportunity for the industry to visit your center, I think that would be an eye-opener for all of us. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Rajiv Kumar Upadhyay, Director, Hindustan College of Science and Technology.
Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank for the invitation, and so many things which are related to Industry 4.0 has already covered by previous speaker. As we are running short of time, so I will not take much time, and I will not go in detail. But I would like to throw some light here on some basic points, which former director of IIT Delhi, Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao, and Chairman AICT, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, has already emphasized that now at present there is an imbalance. Students are not opting core branches at all. Students are not opting mechanical engineering, are not opting civil engineering and electrical engineering in general. They are very much interested in the opting of CS and IT related branch. My submission is here only that if we will talk about 3D printing, if we talk about additive manufacturing, if a student who don't have the mindset of mechanical engineering, he or she can't understand basically what is 3D printing and what is additive manufacturing. So this is my humble request to PhD chamber and all industry people, those who are sitting here, kindly look this matter on urgent basis. Otherwise, it will create an imbalance between the time to come. How we can attract our student, how we can motivate them to opt the core branches, because the core branches are the basic branches and no one can learn the basic principles of mechanical, electrical and civil from the market. One can learn any language from market, but these are the basic principle and basic things which no one can learn it. So this is the one point which I would like to throw. Second point is this, as the previous speaker has emphasized about the worker and the human resource. As we know that there are the 5M principle are there: man, machine, material, method and money. But the man has played a very important role in each and everywhere. How can we motivate them? How can we inculcate the basic requirement of industry that a student can learn at the beginning of the course? So basically the disruptive technology, we are in an era of Industry 4.0 and disruptive technology. And what are the technology? We have to identify the technology. What are the technology which has the full potential to be a disruptive technology of future? So we should train our student on the technology that 3D printing can be a disruptive technology. So what are the requirement of 3D printing and how we can conduct the interactive session with the institution. So I have prepared so many slides, but I will not show this slide in very much. Some slides are, I will show one or two slides here. Now these are the 10 basically skill, and for this complex problem solving, critical thinking, these are the this thing. Nothing is new. This technique, but there is a certain point. The point are these: if we want to work on Industry 4.0, and if we want to evolve a human being who can effectively work in the additive manufacturing in Industry 4.0, machine learning, and this environment. So we have to inculcate some basic prerequisite skills among the worker and as well as the students. So these are, I would like to skip this. These point has already been covered. We are running the sort of time. So just this is I will explain only one or two slides only. This is the one point is additive manufacturing. So additive manufacturing is inspired by nature. And the basic principle, as you know, that it is based on the subtler to grosser concept. So that's why it is inspired by nature. So this additive manufacturing will work. And the additive manufacturing will be a disruptive technology of the future. If we will train our student in 3D printing and additive manufacturing, I think it will work and it will provide the solution for the industry also and for the academic institutions also. So this is one 3D printing. I have so many slides, but I will not take much time. This is the conventional manufacturing process and additive manufacturing process can be categorized in the terms of material, machining, and product. But these are some things, all things which are available in that. So I think I will not take much time because other previous are also there. So at the last, I would like to make a humble submission to all people, those who are sitting here. Kindly take a note. If a mechanical engineering will be there, we can train them. If they will not be in a market, it will create an imbalance. So how can we motivate the student of the core branches? This is my humble request to all of you, those who are sitting here. Thank you very much for providing me time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pate. In fact, you made a very viable point because I visited one of the universities in Gurugram and was surprised there were 1,500 students in CS, right? There are multiple sections. Only one section in mechanical, one in electrical, and for the last 2 years they have closed a civil engineering department. That's an eye-opener, and I think all these things in that some balance need to be made because unless you understand the nuances of mechanical energy, as you rightly said, even if you're a CS, you cannot understand the modalities of 3D printing. So very important point, sir. Thanks for highlighting this. Now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Kunal Pruthi. Mr. Pruthi is the Senior Manager, Enterprise Solutions at Motherson Technology Services. Over to you, Mr. Pruthi.
Thank you, Jatinder sir, and good afternoon, everybody. I know I'm standing between the lunch and you guys, so I will not take much of your time. Already, the previous speakers have spoken a lot about So I was just saying, like, already the previous speaker, Mr. Jha, has already explained, like, what are the challenges which all the manufacturers are facing, irrespective of their size of the operation, whether it's a huge enterprise or it is a SME or a startup. So everybody have a common challenges. So I will not focus much on that. What I want to say is digital transformation definitely can address all these challenges, and definitely it can enable the exponential growth which everybody wants to experience. So as Mr. Rajiv also said, like, the core focus has always been on the 4 M's, like the manpower, machine, material, method. Irrespective of what all technologies you are using, whether it is AI, ML, all the new technologies which are coming up. So the core, I would say the objective is to focus and improve and to acknowledge the challenges which are around these 4 M's. So this is just a small picture. there was a lot of discussion going on, like we are not seeing new students opting for mechanical engineer. Sir, I'm a mechanical engineer. I opted it, and right. No, I understand, and I want to emphasize on that thing only. Like this 4M, the importance of focusing on these 4M is taught in the mechanical engineering, in the industrial engineering subjects when you go to the college. And these 4Ms actually, when you go in the IT space as well, these 4Ms are the basics around which any technology solution is developed. So you need to understand these very critically. So that was on the fundamental level, but on the high level, or if I have to give you a 30,000 feet overview, this is how digital transformation can transform your entire value chain. You have your front end operations where you are interacting with your customers. You have your back end operations like your designing, your vendors. Then you have your core manufacturing operations. So digital transformation, IoT, whatever you call it, these solutions can impact the entire value chain which is there. Of course, the technology will be incidental. Either you are using IoT product, or you are using a conventional product, a conventional controller. The impact is huge on the entire value chain. So having said that, I just want to take you a couple of minutes. I have a video which is basically a casted video. This is a solution which we have given for one of our manufacturing client. And of course, we cannot show the actual data. The data is first. But you will see on this tab, on this video, how all the technologies are connected, the collaboration, the connectivity which we were discussing about, the digitalization which we were discussing about, what is the outcome of that technology, and how it is actually helping the end user, whether it is a shop floor supervisor, it is a production head, or it is a CEO. So I would like to play this video, and this is for a discrete manufacturing customer. What they're doing, they have a lot of manufacturing operations. They have their stores, they have their production lines, they have their FG stores. So we have kind of connected all these operations. The processes which they're carrying on are basic plastic molding processes are there. Then there are manual assembly stations. So if you see here, the idea of developing this technology is to give the insights on all the 4Ms which I was talking about. Here you see the production, that is basically your visibility to your machines. You see your inventory, that is basically giving visibility to your material. You see your head count, that is giving visibility to your manpower. Then you see these MIS reports, which basically are giving you the quantitative figures, the value, or you can say the money talk is happening here. So if you see with a single click, technology can be anything. I'm just showing you the outcome, right? So using this web application, it can be accessed through any mobile device. It can be accessed through any tablet or a workstation. There is a huge insight, the huge amount of data which earlier supervisors used to process either on paper or on Excel sheets. So in using all these connected technologies, these sensors, now you have these beautiful dashboards which are very easy to use, and any supervisor, any plant manager can see in real time. So we were talking about real time monitoring, right? We were talking about on the go data insights. So that is actually happening over here. So you can see very evidently. Now, sir was talking about quality. You can see different aspects related to quality which are there, which can also be monitored at every single machine, irrespective of the fact it is a CNC, it is a very simple manual station. There are ways to getting data out of it and using that data optimally. So I'm not sure how clearly it is visible, but you can see the graphs, you can see the gauges around here. You can see the reasons why there was some loss, whether there was trouble in the machine, there was material shortage, there were any other issues. Now you have a look at how you can control your inventory. You can see either it is your raw material store or your finished goods store or your end of line. at any stage, wherever there is a transaction happening, wherever a child part is getting converted into a main assembly or a bigger product, you have a visibility. Then of course, whatever data is generated, you can consolidate that data, and you want to use your big data analytics, you want to use any sort of AI models, you can use those models and use the data which is already consolidated, and you can derive further insights to it. So this was just a quick demo. This is actually happening irrespective of the scale of manufacture, whether it is a 10 crore SME or it is a 1,000 crore manufacturer or 1,000 crore enterprise. Everybody can take benefit out of these technologies. So I have just covered around inventory, headcount, or material. There are other areas of manufacturing as well which can be definitely impacted by these kind of technologies, like your entire supply chain, your operations can be controlled, your maintenance, your quality can be controlled, and you can horizontally and vertically scale up the technology which we are using. So the last slide, I would like to simply say, like, digital transformation is a journey. Instead of looking at a very big picture and considering it as an only achievement, what we need to do is we need to start with semi-automated systems. We need to start with maybe some point solutions, because often the lighthouse operation is not the final answer. You can achieve better results even with some, I would say, semi-automated systems also. Whatever is doable, you should start doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kunal, for your presentation. Thank you very much. Now the floor is open for some questions. Sir, already you had asked first one. Yes.
Should I?
Yeah.
In the smart metric space,
factory fear that you have.
the concept more of that, there won't be any human resources required. It's only for the programming. In the first session, when it was mentioned that robots can work for at a stretch for 60 days as such.
Yeah.
So when we are not having human interface in that sense,
Yeah.
just programming level interfaces of human beings.
Yeah.
Make the organizations very lean.
So,
and we are
yeah.
in a country of 1.4 billion population.
Yeah.
So at a policy level, should that be a reality in India? That's the question.
Yeah. No, I think that question is, like I said, it has become pertinent in many parts of the world. If you followed the US primaries elections, this candidate, I think Andrew Yang, fought on this premise that we would give $1,000 to everyone who's born every month, which means that why do we want to start individual at $0 and why not give them $1,000 for living? Because we don't have work for everyone. He ran on that platform. He didn't. Biden won the primary and was the Democratic candidate. So they have this process, as some of you may know. They choose their candidate based on election. So each party will select who will run. In India, Rahul Gandhi, Modi said we know they are going to run, be the nominee, but they fight there before that. And Andrew Yang ran on that platform that I will give $1,000 to everyone, period, per month. And so the idea was that you don't have to start at $0. You just have money to eat. You can work if you want to. Right? It's not the sustenance that you have to work for. And like I mentioned, Switzerland had a referendum on that and they said no, because they said we want to earn our livelihood. So it's not an easy question is what I'm saying, and advanced societies or advanced technically societies are debating that notion. There have been research from MIT, some of our known people who have done it, and they have talked about this decoupling between jobs and productivity, which breaks the economic paradigm. So what you are talking about is the breakage of economic paradigm where jobs will not increase but productivity will. That's what dark factory does. You can produce a lot, but you won't need too many people to do that. And so does that break the thing? Now, if we had an hour, I'll give you a full idea of what I think about it. But my basic one-line summary is work will continue to be important and we should continue to incentivize what is valuable. The basic idea of capitalism is if the work is easy to do, why should it be valuable? What would we value as a society? Value is something that is an eternal concept, starts from the days of Aristotle. Like I said, we can get into this whole great detailed discussion, and I've written and I am writing quite a bit on that idea. But the simple idea is we will continue to change what we want people to do, and we do that by adding value to it. So this idea of discussion of mechanical engineering and everything, if it is not valued, it will go. I really am. I know everybody here is passionate mechanical engineering. I don't care. Let it go. If it is not valued, why should some individual I ask him to do? If you really value it, put money on it. Agar demand supply gap ho raha hai, let people come out and raise the salaries of that. You give more salary to a software person, people will go software. People are rational beings. Nobody is stupid, and one should not think that. Rationality means what is valued, I will do that. So if you really think something is scarce, demand supply principle would say it will increase in value. If mechanical engineers become short, their salaries will be 3 times that of a software engineer. They'll come there. Agar factories are, they don't need workers, people will do something else. It is for leaders, it is for thinkers to decide what that something else will be. Wo challenge hai. That is for the leadership to come. That is for the leadership to think, what world do we want? What is it that we want to value? If work is not valued, the way, I personally don't think work will lose its value. It is just what work we value will change. And I think we should do that very urgently rather than being, slow with it. I am of the opinion we should destroy whatever we can, because it will be then destructed in the West, and then we'll be following those models. Then we'll be serving them the, cheap whatever, which again is another thing that I've been very much against. We are so excited about the cheap producers of anything. We celebrate it. Humne Mars pe mission bhej diya itna sasta. I challenge some people at IIT Jodhpur in this debate. Quantum computing, they said we created this technology so cheap. I said, how did you make it cheaper? Was there any process innovation? The way was that you paid the salary of an engineer 1/7 of what that guy would have been working in US, or 1/10 of what that person would be working in some other developed country. If you pay less salaries and you think you are better because you are cheaper, this is not a country that I am happy living in. Let people work equally well and then say my product is cheaper because I did it faster, I did it smarter, मैंने कुछ innovation किया, मैंने salary कम करके किसी को कम, फिर वो भाग के फिर then go to US. I spent 17 years in US. I just came a few years ago. For 17 years I was in US. I taught many of the engineers there, many of the people in information systems there who ultimately worked in this company. Are they smarter than our people, our kids here? No. I mean, are they trained better? Sure, we did whatever we can, but we can do that here as well. Yes, sub logic. So I think your question, what I'm saying is it has a lot of other things on which we can talk a lot, but not to take your time. A few thoughts on that.
So maybe I will go for the second question. But before that, some perspectives on the dark factory. I worked in Fanuc for 10 years, Fanuc, Japan. So dark factories or light out factories which work complete week without any human being going inside was done by Fanuc 20 years back. How many such factories have really been there today? That means Has the trend caught on? I'm only going to throw some points, maybe you can think about it. They are really not caught on. Means dark factories, which were there 25 years back, even now they are there. It's not that the trend has become so rapid that everybody is going to dark factories. One point. Second perspective, when Industry 4.0 was coined, as I said, 10 years back in a Hanover Messe, and German government went about making this, ethics of Industry 4.0 was one of the central point brought about, because people are going to lose jobs. And the Industry 4.0 framework, at least what Bosch we have studied, treats human as the center point. So many of those technologies, what you see, are trying to enable the operator or trying to enable the worker. You can look at AR, VR, you can look at enabling through visualization on the tablets. They're all treating human being as a center and the technologies around him. It's not that they're trying to replace it. That's the second perspective. Third perspective. Now, why dark factories came 20 years back? Because the rush was towards mass industrialization. You were making same part, more in number, selling it at a cheaper cost. But today, that is gone. People want individual products. Suppose you buy a smartphone, you want it to be individualized with your name. It should have your own kind of cover, color, everything. So people are looking at very much individualized production. So when you are looking at individualized production, that means you are looking at production which changes the products which are being produced very frequently. So you're looking at more flexibility. So when you're looking at more flexibility, you are having more human intervention which is going to come in. So these are the three perspectives which could be a bit different from what the doctors talked about. Second point, in terms of the recycling part, Bosch is very much into recycling. We recycle most of the consumption items like plastics and other things. But then other interesting point I would like to bring in when we talk of recycling is a concept in India that you are going to scrap your cars or your four-wheelers. So we are trying to build a solution on blockchain by means of which whatever you are scrapping, whether those things can be recycled and sent into the manufacturer, what items you can really salvage out of that scrap. So recycling is definitely one of the Bosch's biggest endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we can have another question.
Sir, could I just take a minute, please?
Yeah. Please ask a question, sir.
Yeah.
Only question.
Yeah, this is just a point, sir. I mean, for the point raised by Dr. Rajiv Kumar Upadhyay. Sir, we are saying that students are not going for the, core engineering. Can we define it at the entrance stage itself into different streams? And from that point itself, can we, separate that, okay, for core engineering, we need separate skills. For other engineering, we need separate skills. And the entrance exam itself is separate. And then, of course, people will be there and available and they'll go in those streams as well. I just wanted this point, sir.
Yes, this is the point which you have raised. The question is that some of them, the nature of colleges and universities are different. So some of are the affiliated college, they are only at the receiving end. They can introduce only some value-added courses like this at their end. They are totally governed by the universities. So the question is that, as suggested by one of previous speaker, this is the point of policy makers. They have to think seriously about this. How can we make a change in our this curriculum? How can we introduce some hybrid branches like this? So that's why an interest can be generated. And I am absolutely in agreement with the point of Dr. Pankaj. He has raised a very valid point. And now if there is a demand and supply, there is an imbalance, then now it can be again this compensated. But question is that there will be a gap. If we will take a right decision at the right time, then the things can be improved. Then you can see everywhere you will find a 6,000 student of computer science and mechanical only the double digit, even in good institution. So this is this point is that the policy makers, the decision makers, they should take a serious note on that. And how can we evolve a hybrid branch? How can we take the initiative by which we can generate the interest among the students? student to opt the core branches, because the core branches are the mother of these all branches, because the mechanical has the different mindset, electrical has the different mindset. Without these core branches, the computer is an application part. But basically, as far as the basic engineering is concerned, it is related to the core branches only. So my point of concern is that through this forum, I would like to make a request to PhD chamber that we can include this suggestion in this outcome of this conference, and we should forward our recommendation. What are the initiatives which are to be taken at the government level and at the policy maker to improve this condition at present.
Okay, since this question
So
has been very much
what
discussed,
Dr. Pankaj has said is the desirable, sir. I mean, that is ideal if it can happen. What I am saying is just a small nudge, I mean, which is quite possible at the policy level. Thank you, sir.
yeah, so maybe I should give my perspective on this point since it's very much discussed. See, the industry is not looking at core branches. Means what I'm saying is a mechanical engineer, once he comes into a smart factory, he can't rest his laurels on mechanical knowledge, what he has learned. He has to learn software. Today, most of our operators are being trained to understand visualization, to understand analytics, to understand the new technologies. That means there is a merging of all these core branches. A mechanical engineer has to learn programming, a programmer has to understand the domain. So the industry is requiring talent which can understand different facets of your core thing, mechanical, electronics, software. So that's what the industry needs, and that is what the curriculum or academy has to give us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, I think that again, it's a different discussion altogether, and I think it's a very important discussion. Probably in some of the sessions, we will go into nuances how this thing can be taken up. So I think we conclude this session. So ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this session, we'll like to felicitate our guest with a small memento from PhD chamber.
Thank you very much. Stop. We break for lunch and kindly be on time. So I would like to start the session by 10 minutes. Thank you. Very much. Very nice.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to say anything against it. Just perspective. Thank you.
Very good, very insightful.
I'm glad.
There is no value, it should be a discussion.
I think the basic principles जिस पे दुनिया चलती है उनको निकालने की जरूरत नहीं है. If you run it hard, if you want to make India, and I do think we will be better than others, then we have to make some hard decisions as well. हाँ, ऑब्जेक्टिव करिए, अच्छा दुनिया बनाइए और सबको बढ़िया बनाइए. Thank you.
We have got this information first time from the dialogue. Very good, you said. Most of the time we have heard that people are worrying about it. Want to discussion on it.
See, it's a complex topic. Within 5 minutes, it's ऐसा नहीं है कि उसमें problem नहीं है. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा. It's a complex thing. I mean, societies and countries are struggling with it. So it's not to say कि 5 minutes में वो. I think I kept it.
Yeah, sure. Hearing impaired.
PowerPoint presentation so that I can read and understand a little bit more. Yeah? I've written it down.
So basically, we have this magazine and conference on Industry 4.2 in India. Maybe we can connect with you for the enlightenment
Good. I don't know if you heard. I'm hearing it.
I heard that. I heard that. Yeah.
So the problem is to try and understand, and some of the slides that you showed were a little too small. I couldn't read. So I'd be grateful if you can kindly send a PPT so that I can understand.
Sure.
Incidentally, Prakash Tandon was my elder brother's father-in-law.
Okay.
So, and we're talking about old connections.
Very nice.
So it will be a pleasure.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
So
Yeah.
we'll catch up later.
I will, yeah.
Can I have your visiting card as well if you have it?
I think I might have one or two still left. Yeah.
It kind of happened, you get the last card.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that might be very good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice to get you.
Thank you. Yeah, good to see you. Sorry, I can just send in, something. You can take my, yeah.
I'll take, yeah.
I think you already took my card. I think we exchange cards at you. You might have it
somewhere else.
Yeah. I saw this thing in my.
Contact number. I am with the professor as you call.
They just, I think professor took my card. I am run out of card. I can give you my email ID.
Mobile numbers. Can I have
You can use my 79.
1 second, sir. 79
715.
79
May I request all the delegates to kindly come inside. We are starting the session. Please settle down. May I request everybody to kindly settle down, please. We are starting the session now. Can I request our moderator, Mr. Abhinav Jain, to kindly come inside? Okay. Hello, sir. How are you? So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to Industry 4.0 conference. We have a very interesting session. May I request everybody to kindly settle down, please. Okay. Now this session is on Metaverse and 3.0 technologies for Industry 4.0. We have the domain experts. The session is being moderated by Mr. Abhinav Jain, founder Elmond, Mr. Aniket Jha, Vice President Simulanis is our distinguished speaker, along with Mr. Mayur Wadhwani, co-founder MetaVisal, Mr. Vishal Sharma, board advisor Leasing Monk, and Mr. Prabhat Mishra, co-founder and CTO Metabix Labs. So without any further ado, I request Mr. Abhinav Jain to kindly take this session forward, and please let us know what is the latest in Metaverse and Web 3.0 technologies, particularly in relation to SMEs also.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Jitendra ji. I would like your attention here, please. All right, let's get this started. This is going to be a very interesting session. Particularly, let's give a big round of applause to all of our speakers today. While I know them very, closely for last many years, and I will give a very quick introduction of all of them, but after that, I will also request them to share a lot of insights with you and their experience in the industry, what they have been already doing for last many years. For a quick introduction, let's have Aniket. Aniket Jha is the CMO and VP at Simulanis, which is India's one of the largest library of 3D objects, and as we now call them, Metaverse for Learning. Give a big round of applause for Aniket, please. Aniket, thank you for joining with us today. Next to Aniket, we have Mr. Mayur, and Mayur is the founder and CEO of a company called Metaversal. Metaversal is building India's one of the leading metaverse platform, and we are very proud of it that it's being made in India. Give a big round of applause for Mayur, please. With Mayur, I would also like to introduce Mr. Vishal Sharma. While he's part of many things, but what most interesting about it is that about 5 years ago, he spoke to me about something which was very new in the country, which is what they were thinking of doing retail in the VR. He was ex-head of business and doing multiple roles at CMO, Samsung, Airtel, and right now he's a board advisor at a very interesting prop tech company, which is also working on Web 3.2 and many other things, Leasing Monk. Let's have a big round of applause for my friend Vishal. And then we have a most young panelist with us who recently got funded for a very interesting work that they're doing. The name of his company is Metabix, and he's the co-founder and chief of technology there. Let's give a big round of applause for Prabhat Mishra. So, and my name is Abhinav Jain. I am one of the founders of a company called Almond. And Almond is building metaverse solutions. We are also running a community called MetaMonks, which is about 5,000 global founders and visionaries of the metaverse. And today we are going to talk to you about a very interesting topic, which is Web 3.2 and metaverse. Before we get started, I would like to just hand it over to each of the speakers to quickly talk about their experience and what they have been doing and how this industry is relevant to them. So we will start with Aniket from you. If you can quickly introduce and give some more details about what your company does and what you guys have been doing here.
Thank you, Abhinav, so much. I hope I'm audible. My name is Aniket Jha, and I'm representing Simulanis Solutions. We are helping frontline workers, or basically industries, to train their frontline workers in the VR. These solutions are with augmented reality, virtual reality, and also with regards to mixed reality. So that's me. Thank you.
Let's have Mayur.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Mayur. We have built a platform at metaversal.com, which allows you to launch your own metaverse spaces instantly. It helps you to have those technical features in your metaverse which you would like to have. Also, I have experience working in various MNCs about, in insurance, logistics, and I have interest in IoT. I'm running a community in IoT called IoT NCR. So that's a brief about me. I'll be talking more about metaverse here.
Yeah, and absolutely. IoT is one of the core pillars of Industry 4.0. So we'd love to hear more on that. Vishal, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vishal. I've been working for 20 years now in various marketing leadership positions in companies like Samsung, Airtel, Sleepwell was the last company. Worked with Reliance SR. I worked in various domains of sales, marketing, distribution, and also enabling, technology or using technology for the end consumer. So end consumer could be both in the B2B space and the everyday end consumer. So that is where my expertise lies. Of course, taking help of companies like which we are now interacting with. So basically, they are the tech partners in any business endeavors to get technology to the masses. How do you develop those use cases? So that is where I kind of come from.
Good, thank you, Vishal. And Prabhat?
Yeah, sure. I think it's quite audible. Okay. My name is Prabhat. I've spent 5 years in the industry in IoT, AI, machine learning revision. Fortunately, I've also worked for Samsung. And I was born and raised in the holy city of Varanasi, spent 22 years in school and college. After that, I moved to Bangalore, spent 4 years working for Samsung. Then I moved to UK to work for Amazon, worked there for a year. And then I came back and then I saw the entire interest of the metaverse and how the big techs, startups and all are pursuing their interest in making the metaverse more functional, working on the core technologies that is included in the Web3. And then I got a lot more interested in building the base tech of what actually constitutes a metaverse. So then I kind of started discussing, came back to India, started the venture. And currently, what we are trying to do here is to actually democratize the entire process of the metaverse experience. So the core of the metaverse is the 3D content that you eventually see in movies as you pay $150 to pay that 3D movie, right? So how do I bring that technology from those theaters, which takes months and years of time to create that, into everyone's hand to create such 3D content through your simple mobile phones? So that's what I'm trying to do, and looking forward to the discussion.
Good, thank you. And while you were speaking about democratizing things, I just remember Honorable Prime Minister recently said from the Lal Killa that he's trying to democratize the access of government services for the entire country. It used to take months to get those services, and now we have someone who's also doing similar stuff for metaverse. So, I think it's quite interesting, the space that we are in, right? In Hindi, there is a word, actually not in Hindi, even in the Sanskrit language or in the Prakrit language, there is a word called Anekantvad. And Anekantvad means multi-perspective in a literal meaning. When you add purpose to that multi-perspectiveness, it defines what metaverse is right now. And what we want to hear is, because everyone has their own definitions of metaverses, we want to hear from the panel today, what's their definition of a metaverse, and then we will talk about how it is relevant with the Industry 4.2 and the future. So we will start with Prabhat, probably if you can share what you think of a metaverse, and then how it is relevant, please.
Okay, sure. So for me, I think metaverse is a kind of a digital space, always on digital space, which eventually allows people to come inside and replicate their physical experiences with no boundaries. So basically, currently, the current internet is a network of websites, right? And each of the websites has different utilities. कुछ e-commerce के लिए हैं, कुछ social media के लिए हैं, some are for what, and some of the rest of them are for gathering information, whether text, image, videos, audios, everything. Similarly, in the next metaverse is going to be a network of 3D worlds. जो website है, वो eventually will convert into a 3D world. Very similar, those 3D worlds will have some utility. और सबकी utility similar ही होंगे जैसे आज के time पे हैं, and eventually more of it. So and then so metaverse is going to be the network of these 3D worlds, persistent, always on, with no boundaries. For example, let's say this entire event, all of you drove from your places to attend this event, right? How about attending the same event online? There's also a live stream that is happening right now, right? But I'm not talking about the experience that you get just by looking at the screen. How do I enhance that? So if that has to be replicated, the same physical experience has to be replicated into the metaverse. You will have some devices, probably VR, AR, haptics. You will have the real life experience of being in this conference right at your home and meeting people. So these are the things that you can replicate. On top of it, the things that comes along with no limitation is, let's say once you enter into this room, the biggest problem is you don't know anyone, right? How do I connect with anyone? I don't know anything about that. Right? So in virtual world, you'll probably have some kind of identity card that is displayed alongside your virtual avatar, right? You can just डायरेक्टली सी, मतलब मार्वल मूवीज, मिशन इम्पॉसिबल में देखा होगा कि वो एयर ग्लासेस में कैसे चीजें हो जाती है. इट्स अ रियलिटी नाउ. True. And you can see that. Next set of things की, let's say I want to discuss with you something, ठीक है, but बहुत भीड़ है, अभी मैं बात नहीं कर सकता. Correct. Metaverse में there will be no limitation. We can actually teleport to some other place and we can have a discussion. Nice. Information, I want to explain it to you something, but there's limitation. मैं कैसे बताऊं? Metaverse में there will be no limitation. I can take you anywhere. Data visualization, everything will be so easy कि it's just like 5 minutes we'll get everything. True. Which takes hours and even a longer time. Very interesting, right? So I think that is going to be where the metaverse, a fully functional and open metaverse will be. It's going to take some time, but I think we'll get there.
I think we are getting there. It's already started and it's quite exciting. Vishal.
Okay, so yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So since Prabhat has actually described it so beautifully, nothing much to add. I'll try to explain it in a different form. See, it is a 3D world. It is a virtual 3D world. It's a convergence of various technologies. हम बहुत सारी technologies, बहुत emerging technologies सुनते हैं. AI है, AR है, VR है, MR है, which is mixed reality. Plus, there are other things which are also converging. आपने Google Glasses के बारे में सुना होगा. That literally tells you. और आपने बहुत ही common मैं लोगों को समझाता हूँ. Matrix movie सबने देखी है. Matrix movie is your first encounter with the meta world. That's the best, easiest way to explain कि meta world होता क्या है. And now this was all earlier used for entertainment and gaming mostly. Now it's coming into real use cases in the industry. चाहे वो बड़ी हो, छोटी हो, which is for everyday use cases and masses, which is where the actual power of metaverse will unleash. So in a way I describe it as, it is a meshing of the human tech. We are the most complex technology in this universe. It's a meshing of the human tech and the 3D digital world. And that is a metaverse for you. Hindus ने actually हमेशा से विश्वास किया, ब्रह्मा ने एक धरती create की, that was the metaverse for you. But वो एक physical और biological metaverse था. Now we're talking to the 3D metaverse. जब ये दोनों mesh हो जाएंगे worlds, that's what metaverse is for you. Now how do you use it? Huge amounts of use cases, and that's what we talk about.
I think very interesting, and that's a very interesting way of synonymizing that Brahma ji ne, एक धरती create की, and that is currently so far your metaverse, and eventually something else will be created. Very, very interesting. Mayur, you are building a metaverse, right? Tell us more. What is your thought of the metaverse?
So I would say, in real life, we generally, live, work, or play, right?
True.
And that metaverse will allow you to have the same thing in a digital world, right? They're going to be a digital world, which any metaverse evangelist will say to you, okay, there, like he said, there is a physical world, and then there is a digital world wherein you have a different identity. You can be whatever you want, and you can have your different name, you can have your different identity, you can have a different avatar, and there you can connect with your friends, you can live, you can actually work there, and you can actually play with your friends. And that's what a lot of younger generation are already doing. So I would say it's a digital world which is going to be there existing parallelly. And as the word says, metaverse, so it's like beyond the universe. Like he said, Brahma ji ne ek धरती बनाई, दुनिया बनाई, and उसके आगे हमें beyond एक दुनिया हम बनाने वाले हैं जो कि digital होने वाली है. That's the metaverse for me. And trust me, whatever brief definition we are going to give you, till the time you just get into it, you won't be able to understand what we are talking about here. So just go launch your own metaverse or experience some metaverse spaces, and you would you
actually have to experience it too.
True. Till the time I experienced, I was like, हाँ कुछ तो digital world है, कुछ तो चलता है ऐसे, और वहाँ पे you get some thing like this, like social media or something. We used to compare it with that, but that's something different. It's adding a new dimension to it. It's not 2D, it's 3D.
True.
So go and experience it. That's my
तो इस सेशन से एक चीज बहुत अच्छी होने वाली है, ब्रह्मा जी बड़े खुश होने वाले हैं इस सेशन के बाद.
बिल्कुल.
So anyway, so Aniket, why don't you quickly talk about what's your definition of a metaverse?
Well, honestly, I believe I got a pretty new ones today. But speaking about it very simply, think about it as you're working right now. You have the space, the depth, the height, the feeling, everything that's happening right now. And the same thing will happen up only by not physically being in that space. That's about it. बहुत सिंपल. मैं आज इधर हूँ, मीटिंग में बैठा हूँ, आपके सामने बैठा हूँ. आप ये समझ लीजिए मुझे सेम फीलिंग रहेगी, मैं आप सबको देख सकूंगा, सब कुछ हो सकेगा, लेकिन ये प्रॉब्ली शायद मैं अपने ऑफिस से कर रहा हूँ या अपने घर से कर रहा हूँ या दुनिया के किसी और कोने से कर सकता हूँ, बट जो एक्सपीरियंस रहेगा वो ऐसा ही रहेगा जैसे आज मैं आपके सामने बैठा हूँ और कर रहा हूँ. That would be the easiest summation for me to happen.
No, absolutely. I think that's very interesting. And you know what I found common in all of us, that human experience is on the top of the metaverse. So whatever we are doing physically, everyone is saying one thing very clearly, that it has to be humanized in such a way that experience goes beyond where we are right now, right? And so you know, while there are many use cases that we keep on hearing about, you know, what industry is doing and how it has happened, from industry 1.0, where we were only looking at steel and water, to industry 2.0, where we started seeing electricity playing a big, very important role, to industry 3.0, where automation and all of those things have come. Right now we are talking about industry 4.0 since 2015, where you know, IoT and automation with, you know, AI, ML, and one of the core pillars were AR, which is artificial, you know, augmented reality, and VR, which is virtual reality. And now as we talk about mixed reality, I think there are hundreds of use cases how Web 3.0, Metaverse have been, you know, being employed by these companies. And I would like to actually ask a panel if they would like to share any use cases, particularly where they have seen, you know, industry have done or something, you know, relevant. Probably Vishal will start from you, and then probably Aniket, you would like to share something.
You know, share some very common everyday use cases. Couple of very famous ones are also that you must have read about it. Adidas has used it very recently. बहुत सारा चीजें ई-कॉम में बिकती हैं प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे, उनके शूज नकली भी बिकते हैं बिकॉज लोग डाल देते हैं. So what they did is they created an NFT tag for each of their price tag और उसका कोड डाल दिया, and they had an app. If you're buying something online, आपके पास डिलीवरी होती है, आप अपने Adidas का ऐप यूज कीजिए, उसको स्कैन कीजिए, you know whether it's the original product or not, and you can return it. It's a very widely used use case. Adidas ने एक East Asian country में इसको ट्राई किया, now they're taking it global. So counterfeiting की प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो गई. There is a company known as Everledger which is used to trace blood diamonds, traceability, source of origin. Blood, आपको पता है अच्छे diamonds, you know, अफ्रीका की माइन से आते हैं जहाँ पे बहुत गलत तरीके से माइनिंग होती है. So can you have you know, clean industries where people can, you know, actually trace the origin of anything और वो legal way से procure हुआ है कि नहीं. So that is one use of. So this is not really metaverse, but one of the technologies of, let's say, the overall piece that we call metaverse. Toyota ने बहुत अच्छी एक चीज की जापान में लोन इंडस्ट्री फिनटेक में बहुत ज्यादा यूजर्स, ब्लॉकचेन का बहुत ज्यादा यूज है फिनटेक में. That's really going to revolutionize blockchain. So Toyota लीजिंग फाइनेंस अपनी कार लोन पे देता है जापान में, एंड आप कार को भी अटैच कर देता है. यू नो, इट क्रिएट्स अ कोड. अगर आपने अपना लोन देना बंद कर दिया तो वो ट्रांसफरेबिलिटी है उस लोन की किसी और को, और कार बंद, तो आपकी कार उसी दिन बंद, and they can transfer it to somebody else. Wow. That's a real use case. You know how industry is trying to use these technologies to very smartly do stuff around things जो actual world में real use case. बड़ा अच्छा अभी मैंने latest case पढ़ा जो बिल्कुल mass level पे अगर हम बात करें, पंजाब में APMC में लोग, किसान अपनी मंडी में अनाज बेचने आते हैं, आड़ती उनको एक पर्ची काट के दे देता है, एक्चुअल कैश देता नहीं है, और फिर उसमें हेरा फेरी होती है, बहुत कुछ होता है. तो आप, और फिर वो उस पर्ची को लेकर नबार्ड जाता है, किसी भी बैंक में जाता है अगली कैश के लिए लोन लेने के लिए, अगली क्रॉप के लोन लेने के लिए. बट वो कैसे ऑथेंटिकेट के नबार्ड की ये पर्ची असली है नकली है, कितना % लोन दें, 50% दें, क्या दें, क्योंकि वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट की कोई क्रेडिबिलिटी नहीं हो, तो पर्ची है. Now you can on entire this thing you can capture on a blockchain, NFT बना के वो पर्ची को, नबार्ड उसको 100% ट्रस्ट करता है, this is a real use case, और उसको 100% लोन मिलता है. This is actual mass scale use case, और ये टेक्नोलॉजीज मेरा मानना है, बिकॉज आई एम ऑन द कंज्यूमर साइड, इन्हीं लेवल पे जानी चाहिए. जब मास स्केल पे अडॉप्ट होने लगती हैं तभी वो टेक्नोलॉजी का फायदा है. अदरवाइज इट कैन लिव इन द टेक वर्ल्ड, और फिर वो एक डिवाइड आ जाता है टेक वर्ल्ड और एक कॉमन वर्ल्ड में, जो नहीं होना चाहिए. So that's the real use case of these.
I think very interesting example, especially what you talked about at the mass scale, even in countries like India. And a lot of people have that myth that, you know, metaverse is only about experiences, but these are the real use cases where companies are using it, and not just companies, government authorities are now employing this. And that's a very good syndication and probably an, you know, intimation of what others can also learn from. Very exciting. Thank you, Vishal. Mayur, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have seen a lot of examples, and I'll start with an example of an AR, and I'll tell you a story of, you know, of my life, basically. It happened around 3 years back, my daughter is 4. Her name is Shaina, and she was not well, and she was suffering, and doctor advised us to take her for a test. And her hands was very little, tiny, small, and when the doctor was trying to find the veins to take out the blood, I remember the day they had to just twist the hand like this. Imagine now there is a company who have an app of AR based app, which if you hover it on your hand, they helps you to find the vein where it is. So that's the technology, and that's going to help. She was in pain, and I was actually in pain seeing her getting in pain. So that's the thing I remember in my life, and that's how technology going to help us using the AR, having a device, and that nurse would know that where to actually pin for the blood. That's one use case. And another use case of, let's say, virtual reality and metaverse, which I can think of is Ford's 5. Ford's 5 is basically Ford's immersive virtual environment. That's their lab, where they are actually have built a process where they starting from design to engineering and manufacturing. They have actually implemented virtual reality so beautifully that they are able, their design engineers, starting from the design, they're designing using a virtual headset. Is something, designing something on a board, or let's say on a laptop, even if it is a CAD or a 3D software, you are still viewing it in a 2D dimension, though you are able to navigate in a 3D kind of world. But having it on a VR headset, it looks like that you are actually creating something in real of physical nature, and that had reduced their clay modeling by a higher percentage, and their productivity in terms of design, in terms of time they take in designing, has come drastically down. And then when it moves to engineering, their engineers are able to actually see which all nut bolt, which all part of that engine they are going to use in that. Instead of creating a prototype in real life, they are creating a prototype in digital world. And that's happening. One engineer is sitting in Austria and another was in Denmark. So both of them are collaborating using their VR headset and the software which they have installed, and creating a 3D design of engineering, which eventually makes sense, because prototyping it on in real world, tinkering it or doing it with clay models doesn't make sense. And when it moves to manufacturing, a manufacturer, automobile manufacturer, would like to have a workstation designed in a way that those are safe for the people who are working there, or are designed in a way that those are productive. And that's they define using their VR headset and some motion sensors on the body of few people, which replicate the actual process. And once they find the optimistic process in the lab, they then replicate the same on the work floor. That is how they are using this virtual reality solutions and getting very productive in in their life cycle, products life cycle. So that is one use case which is there. There are more, and we shall be discussing.
No, absolutely. I think the use case that you talked was from NVIDIA Omniverse. They're using, BMW is using, and they've saved about $200+ million by just replicating their assembly line in the metaverse first before making it physical. Right. And these are the true industry 4.0 use cases that I would see. And again, you have been providing similar solutions to pretty much every brand in the country. Tell us more about these use cases.
Thank you so much. Well, honestly, this is exactly what's happening up. As Mayur was discussing about BMW, wherein they have replicated the assembly line. I will tell you that industries which are in the mature cycle. Okay, so I'm not even talking about growth industries. I'm talking about industries which are in the mature cycle of the product life cycle. Those are the industries wherein they are able to adopt the VR. There are two things that are happening majorly. That's why they are able to. Their processes are set and now they need to optimize it. जहां पे प्रोसेस नहीं है वहां पे आप बनाएंगे क्या, right? So where the processes are set, they are trying to optimize it, and augmented reality, virtual reality, even for mixed reality for that matter of fact, is a very good tool to help you to even bypass or replicate the process in a 3D world, interact with it. Now, industry cases, I'll give you a very brief example. Let's say an FMCG company, they have a changeover process of a machine. There is a machine, there's a packing machine, there are different machines that are there, and they have to change over certain parts for a different set of product lines to be coming out. Now, the person who's going to change over ideally had to carry so big kind of a manual, which was approximately with the images and all 300 page ka, and then he would refer to it and then have to do it. Now, what has happened up is, let's say we have given the solution wherein they have put up a headset, which is a mixed reality Microsoft HoloLens 2. The person can see what is the next step to be done. On the machine, it is replicated with the help of markers or augmented reality, where you have to go. And at the same time, agar main bhul gaya beech mein ki karna kya tha, even though you have given me the steps in written, I could just, with a twitch of like my fingers, I can see the video of how it has to be done.
Wow.
Now, this is already happening. And ये भी मैं आपको थोड़े साल मतलब हो चुके हैं तो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. Industries में, this is the kind of interaction that is happening, where the people are either helped, supported by to do their operations better. People are given these solutions to train. Particularly, for example, again, if I tell you, if you're building up a plane or a part of a plane, because plane is a very big thing, but even an aeroplane, which would have more than 5 million moving parts, to even work on one particular part of it, you'd have to have so many wires, connections, color combinations to be remembered, which is troublesome to do it. So how you can do it with the help of and support, which is there with you in the form of a mixed reality or an augmented reality and voice commands where you are able to do that. Moving up means these are there, which are already present in the industry. So if you have to replicate, train something, ma'am, something important right now that you need to tell us? No, I'm just asking if there's something important, I'd like to hear it. So ideally, if you have to train, go for VR, support on the move, go for MR, and something that doesn't exist, but isme paisa dale kya, lagaye kya, if that's the question, go for AR as a summary of the whole thing. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I think that's a very, these are very interesting use cases, and Prabhat's company is working with all the leading metaverses across the globe. What use cases do you see in the industry, Prabhat?
Okay, so for me, I think starting with, as Aniket explained, the industry training, I think that is one of a very big impact industry, be it education, medical, mining, jahan pe physically train karna, it's quite capital intensive. So virtual reality, AR reality, as Aniket explained, the category wise, that is going to help save cost a lot. Other than that, I think the domains that I am kind of got interested is first is P2P transfer, peer-to-peer transfer. I was in UK and it was so hard for me to send any money back to India. Jo banks hain, they take a lot of time. They charge heavy amounts. Yeah. एक बार आप transfer करके देखो, interest मतलब percentage पे होता है. True. 50,000 करो तो बहुत ज़्यादा होता है. तो and the moment I did the cryptocurrency transfer, it's so easy. मतलब seconds में वो चला गया. US में मेरा दोस्त था, got it. Simple. Wow. So, एक तो P2P transfer, industry training. Third is, which I think is going to be important, related to industry or specific training, is data visualization. मैं और आप physical world में हैं, तो मैं आपको कुछ बता सकता हूँ, बस आप सुन सकते हो. मैं आपको digital world में लेके जाऊँ Zoom call पे, मैं आपको कुछ दिखा सकता हूँ, but I don't know आप कितना अच्छा समझ रहे हो, है ना? Just bridge that gap. Get into the virtual world. I can show you anything that I like within splits of seconds. We can teleport it to Dubai, we can teleport it to US, anywhere, and explain you things very well, जो कि physically possible नहीं है. मैं आपको video भेज सकता हूँ, but आप देखोगे कि नहीं, आपको कितना समझ आए कि नहीं, वो कुछ पता नहीं है, है ना? And then eventually for the user generated content, which I think it's going to be, मतलब you see the top 3 companies, Google, Meta, and Amazon. Amazon doesn't own any product. Google doesn't own any website that are shown in their search results. Meta doesn't own any content on WhatsApp, WhatsApp, Instagram, and so all of this is a power of user-generated platforms. And eventually, आज जो visual content hai, photos, videos, text, audio, everything, the platforms are there. Eventually, that is going to get converted to 3D as well. So उसके लिए how do I create a user-generated platform कि मैं इस conference को how do I better represent it? आज के time पे ये जाएगा LinkedIn और जगह पे, it will just be a video. Some people will watch it. कितना impact होगा पता नहीं. But if I can create a 3D world of it, और past में भी कल को भी कोई देखना चाहे कैसा हुआ था, तो that person can get inside that environment and see कि अच्छा ऐसा हुआ था, जो कि it's hard to explain verbally. यार अच्छा था, कितना अच्छा था पता नहीं, देख लो ना खुद ही से. वीडियो देखा तो समझ नहीं आया, but 3D वर्ल्ड में चला गया ना तो कितना अच्छा मेरे को समझ आया. So I think these are the good use cases that I think.
No, I think these are fascinating. Let's give a big round of applause for these, industry experts. Because I can tell you, and I've been part of various review forums for consulting companies, and probably we have worked with government and ministries as well, where they ask us to look at the reports and they request us to rate these reports, how good it is, or what do you think, should we consider that? And we have, particularly our team has read probably 50 plus reports on the metaverses and various use cases. And in the last 5 to 10 minutes, the kind of use cases that we have heard, these are like amazing one and the very practical one. So these are the one which are where companies are either using it or they probably have been already thinking of enabling something like this. I just want to add one more very basic use case, which is very relevant to what Prabhat said. We worked with Ministry of Mines, and they actually launched world first virtual museum of mines, right? Now imagine if someone would ask you to go and see how mine experience is, because a lot of people might have thought that वहाँ पर एक category है जो काम कर रही है, वो दिन रात पसीना उसमें बहा रही है, वहाँ पर कोई facility नहीं है. We normally hear news that some people died in the mines and all of that. But what ministry is doing to save them, to save their lives, to make sure they are secure and happy and healthy? Ministry of Mines have launched a virtual museum, and I would recommend you to search it online probably after this event and experience it yourself. It is right now not on VR, but eventually it will also come on VR. And these are very interesting use cases to something which you can only were able to tell, but now you can also experience, and don't be surprised, there's a brand in the country which is working on creating Ramayana in the metaverse. And that means you can actually experience the similar thing what you have seen on the TV so far by going back, moving up front, probably going to those. Of course, those are imaginary. But right now, the only way of knowing Ramayana for us was a story from my dadi or from from the TV, right? But now if we'll ask you, hey, here is a Ramayana or the metaverse of Ramayana is created, you go and experience yourself. That is where the next level of metaverse and industrial use would be. And it's very, please.
I recently watched a documentary on 9/11, that too on Oculus.
There you go.
And it was so fascinating. Means कि you could actually see कि अच्छा 9/11 वो उस building के top floor पे you are just standing there and you could see the actual chaos. कि मतलब एक plane ने आके hit कर दिया है, आग लग रही है, कैसा फील हो रहा है, कैसे लोग दौड़ रहे हैं, कैसे भाग रहे हैं, क्या कहाँ जा रहे हैं, अभी दूसरा आने वाला है, लोगों को पता नहीं है. You know it. बट अभी दूसरा आने वाला पता नहीं है. यू कैन गो डाउन अप सी एवरीथिंग. वो इतना मतलब वो अंदर चला गया, हाँ, अंदर चला जाता है कि वो दैट यू कैन नॉट एक वीडियो में नहीं आ सकता. मतलब एक बार VR देखने के बाद यू रियलाइज कि मतलब वो एक्सपीरियंस, हाँ, 8.5 आउट ऑफ 10 है, जो कि वीडियो में स्टिल आई वुड से 2 आउट ऑफ 10 है.
True. No, absolutely. There is a company that our company is working with. They have completely changed their auditing process. They used to invite Vishal. They used to invite, various experts to audit their factories. Now these experts are not coming to India, or they are not going anywhere. They're just they have created an application. You use the VR headset, and then you just do the complete auditing of their factory from the VR there itself. And people who are there in the factory are wearing mixed reality headsets, and they can see the entire factory there. Please.
So very quickly, I'll share 2 more use cases come to me. One I was involved with. We were launching a furniture range, and फर्नीचर का बिजनेस, अगर आप ये रियल बिजनेस केस यूज कीजिए, आप देखिए फर्नीचर बिजनेस इज वेरी वॉल्यूमिनस. ये फर्नीचर आपके सामने पड़ा इतना सा, अगर आपको बेड डिस्प्ले 4 करने हैं या ये करने, बहुत ज्यादा वो लगता है, जगह लगती है. सो फॉर अस, फॉर एज मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, देयर इज ऑल्सो वेरिएबिलिटी के अलग अलग मटेरियल हैं, उसके ऊपर एक फैब्रिक होगा, अलग डिजाइन है, अलग कलर है. एक एज अ कंज्यूमर को बहुत कुछ चाहिए. तो और एक शोरूम आप ऐसे नहीं बना सकते 10,000 स्क्वायर फुट का शोरूम बना के और आप फर्नीचर बेच रहे हो, बिकॉज इट्स टू कॉस्टली फॉर अ रिटेलर जो बेच रहा है. और ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा नहीं कि आप रोज रोज खरीदते हो. सो दिस इज समथिंग व्हिच यू बाय वंस इन 5 years 10 years. तो रिप्लेसमेंट साइकिल ये है. सो व्हाट ब्रांड्स टुडे आर डूइंग, एंड आई थिंक सम ऑफ देम हैव वर्कड ऑन इट, दैट पीपल आर क्रिएटिंग वर्चुअल शोरूम्स फॉर फर्नीचर. आप शोकेस वाला पेपर फ्राई जैसे शोरूम में जाइए, 3-4 चीजें आप देखिए, रेस्ट ऑफ द एंटायर रेंज ऑफ फर्नीचर व्हिच इज 40-50 प्लस फर्नीचर रेंज आपको वर्चुअल रियलिटी में दिखता है. आप उसको उसके साथ खेल सकते हैं. आपको आर्मरेस्ट लगाना है, हटाना है, अपने डेस्क में कुछ एक्सटेंड करना है, बेड में हेडबोर्ड लगाना है, मटेरियल चेंज करना है, अपनी अपनी बेडशीट उसके साथ कैसे जाती है, कोई वर्चुअल बेडशीट बेड पे लगा के देखनी है, अपने कर्टन्स मैच करने हैं. लिटरली आप अपना रूम क्रिएट कर सकते हो. सो लॉट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज आर यूजिंग वर्चुअल रियलिटी फॉर दीज काइंड ऑफ यूज केसेस, और कंज्यूमर्स भी उसको बहुत अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज आपको फिर एक बहुत ज्यादा एक जर्नी बाजार में जाके, या आप करोल बाग में धक्के खा रहे हैं और पार्किंग की भी जगह नहीं और आप देख रहे हैं कि क्या करना है, 10-10 जगह जा जाके देख रहे हैं. तो ये जर्नी बिल्कुल बहुत इजी हो जाती है. आप अपने घर से लैपटॉप से भी कर सकते हैं. कार कंपनीज जितनी भी कार आ रही है, आपको कस्टमाइज करनी है तो आप उसको वर्चुअली कस्टमाइज करके ऑर्डर तक प्लेस कर सकते हो, फिर वो कस्टम मेड फैक्ट्री से ही वैसे बन के आती है. तो यू ऑलरेडी नो द ये मेरी कस्टमाइजेशन है, ये मेरी चॉइस है, ये कलर है, मतलब ये 4-5 चाहिए, एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए, फैक्ट्री से वैसे बन के आएगी. तो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए भी इजी हो जाता है टू अपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, लीन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की तरफ ले जाना. आप कम स्टॉकिंग करते हो चीजों की, एंड कंज्यूमर के लिए इजी होता है कि उसको एग्जैक्ट कस्टमाइजेशन मिलती है. Another good case is, आप सबने रफाल फाइटर प्लेन के बारे में सुना है. somebody was talking of this thing, अपना जो है ना इंडिया का भी फ्रंटलाइन फाइटर प्लेन है, that's virtually been designed on VR and AR. इतने कॉस्टली जो फाइटर प्लेन, उसका एक इंजन ही $10 billion का होता है, जस्ट द इंजन, फॉरगेट अबाउट द प्लेन. जब डिजाइनिंग वुड प्लेन फ्रॉम ग्राउंड अप विल कॉस्ट यू फाइटर प्लेन मे बी $50 billion, जिससे आप मतलब so when you are using materials like titanium, which is so expensive, and actually a plane is a most complex machine you can imagine, a submarine or a plane. Millions of parts are coming together, and millions of technologies are also coming together. There's mechanical, electrical, virtual, बहुत टाइप की टेक्नोलॉजीज एक कन्वर्ज हो रही है एक मशीन में. Now इसको बनाने के लिए people like Dassault Aeronautics जो रफाल प्लेन बनाते हैं, they literally create that plane in a 3D room with their engineers, and these engineers are collaborating from across the world. कोई electromechanical expertise है, किसी की materials में expertise है, किसी की heat technology में expertise है, because they can't convert at one place. They're all, and they're collaborating with institutes, with maybe IITs here, with maybe somebody else there. All these expertise is getting together in a virtual place, creating that product, playing with it, looking at, and training of course is the big need. जब वो बन जाता है तो it is so expensive that you cannot ask engineer जिसको next उसको maintain करना है, how do you maintain it such an expensive plane? You cannot afford कि वो गलती करे maintenance में. It has titanium parts, it has things, and these are made to order. ये कोई shelf में आप जाके खरीद नहीं सकते. You order it, then the manufacturer produces it. So the entire, the maintenance is trained on a 3D platform. Literally उसको एक उस्ताद, हमारी अगर हिंदुस्तान की भाषा में बोले, जो मास्टर मैकेनिक होता है, वो उस्ताद जी अपनी नॉलेज ट्रांसफर करते हैं to other engineers, and then they learn with the ustad on a 3D model, and that's how they maintain it. So these are very real cases.
Michelle, this reminds me of a startup which is like now a multi-billion startup in US. What they are doing is basically they have built a engine based on Unreal Engine. They allow fighter planes basically to train. In
so defense has a huge application.
Defense has a huge application because you cannot train your pilots or fighter pilots on a regular basis and expect no loss of lives or loss of money. And in that case, training it on a virtual simulation and in an actual metaverse world would be something any defense organization would like to invest in, would like to work on it. And that's how they are making it really big, and it's so real. I have seen their videos, and I'm
so
sure
India में इस पे बहुत काम हो रहा है. There are companies like Zen Technologies, there are companies, defense companies, startups which are working on this with the government, with the army and all. बिकॉज आर्मी के लिए बहुत सस्ता है एक 3D वर्ल्ड में ट्रेन करना rather than किसी को सियाचिन जाके या फाइटर प्लेन को ट्रेन करना दैट्स सुपर कॉस्टली हैजर्डस बहुत चीजें हैं सो दैट इज ऑफ कोर्स अ ह्यूज यूज केस जहां पे लर्निंग का नॉलेज ट्रांसफर चाहिए और जहां पे हैजर्डस कंडीशंस हैं यहाँ तो बहुत ही रियल यूज केसेस हैं 3D वर्ल्ड के
No, absolutely. I think these are very interesting examples, and all of these are practical. As I said, I happened to visit, you talked about training, I happened to visit Met University in Chennai. They have India's first 3D simulator of a ship deck, where basically they train captains to, how these hazardous conditions, sometimes 5-meter wave and all of that comes, and how you manage ship in those scenarios. Let's tweak this conversation towards a little bit on Web 3.0. As we all know, Web 1.0 was about reading. There was some content posted on a website or probably any of the blogs or whatever, and then you were just reading. Web 2.0 was also about writing. So a Facebook is there, right? You read, at the same time you put a very beautiful comment. I like this photo, right? Or I want to go there. Hey, where is this food from? Or something like that. Web 3.0 is adding a new layer, which is experiencing, right? And which says that, okay, so you read it, you like it, you write it, and then you also go and experience, right? 3D internet and all of that is happening. But 3D experience is just one pillar of Web 3.0, right? Where in experiences you talk about AR, MR, VR, XR, whatever you say. Then you have blockchain, which is the horizontal layer, right? Which a lot of companies are building the businesses on. Then you have IoT, right? Which is absolutely, Mayur, you know this fairly well. You're in a big community of IoT. So where we are talking about how devices can interact with each other, right? And then you have crypto, right? Which is, of course, everyone loves it or hate it, right? There's no one who says that crypto is okay. Either people love it or they hate it, right? So what I want to talk to panel, and probably, we will have a quick summary on that as well. So we talked about metaverse and 3D use cases. Can you also share some insights about how these other players are playing a very big role in Industry 4.0? So we'll probably start with Prabhat. Prabhat, if you have any thoughts and if you would like to share. We'll be quick because I've been given an intimation that our next panel has already arrived. So please, Prabhat.
Okay. So as everyone is aware, Web3 में कई verticals हैं. I think going forward, जो limitations which I feel कि हैं अभी Web3 में 3D experience is very apparent, तो सबको दिखता है. Okay, 3D में देख के अच्छा feel हो गया. Okay, now what? What is the usability? है ना? तो I think usability part के लिए again I'll say 5 to 10 years in a long stretch. But जो limitations अभी मुझे दिखते हैं कि first is hardware, कि जो chips हैं, मतलब आज भी Qualcomm, Nvidia ही chips बनाती हैं, but to have that capability of those kind of computations, जो 3D world में होंगे, उसके लिए chips are still not ready yet.
True.
For the blockchain part, as you mentioned, कि आज भी एक scalable blockchain solution नहीं है अभी. मतलब it's just for the transfer of cryptocurrencies.
That's all it is.
हाँ.
Right
और लेकिन उसके ऊपर अगर मेरे को एक metaverse build करना है जो कि functional हो, it's still not there. There are communities who are building it. Third aspect is कि usability. आप किसी वेबसाइट में जाते हो तो वो गूगल अकाउंट जल्दी से लॉगिन हो जाता है. अगर नहीं है तो आप एक क्लिक करते हो तो लॉगिन हो जाता है. बट हाउ मेनी पीपल हैव एक्चुअली यूज्ड क्रिप्टो वॉलेट? कितने लोगों ने मेटामास्क सेटअप किया है ना? तो वो अवेयरनेस, वो पार्ट भी एक है. मतलब इट्स नॉट वेरी इजी, क्योंकि आप जब जाओगे तो फिर वो गैस फी और एन नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर व्हेन यू अडॉप्ट टू दैट, व्हेन यू सी एनी प्लेटफॉर्म. यूजेबिलिटी. नेक्स्ट इज कि जो कंप्यूटेशन है, मतलब जो सर्वर्स
कंप्यूटिंग एंड पावर
की मींस आज फेसबुक, गूगल सबने अपने अपने डेटा सेंटर्स बना रखे हैं बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर स्पेंड करके अलग अलग जगह पे. तो इट मेक सेंस कि हाँ, उनको इतना डेटा कंप्यूट करना होता है, जो कि सिर्फ वो डेटा है जो हम स्क्रॉल करते हैं. सिर्फ वो डेटा के लिए इतने बड़े डेटा सेंटर्स बनाए. इमेजिन जब 3D वर्ल्ड होगा तो कितना ज्यादा एनालिटिक्स होगा. आप मुंह कैसे मूव कर रहे हैं, आप स्माइल कैसे कर रहे हैं, इन सब तक की डिटेल जो आज पॉसिबल नहीं है. आज सिर्फ फिंगरप्रिंट कहाँ पे रुकती है, सिर्फ इसका एनालिटिक्स के लिए इतने बड़े डेटा सेंटर्स हैं. तो इमेजिन उस टाइप की कंप्यूटेशंस के लिए कैसा होगा.
It will take some time is what you are saying, but we are in a good start.
Yes, communities. Good thing is कि जो आपने big techs की बात करी, I think the best thing that is happening is कि big techs wait कर रहे हैं. Big techs कुछ बना रहे हैं, but ज्यादा वो wait कर रहे हैं. Mostly जो innovations हैं वो स्टार्टअप्स और कम्युनिटीज ने बनाया. क्रिप्टो के जो डेवलपर्स हैं पिछले 10 साल में, यू वोंट सी देम ऑन कैमरास, दे आर ऑल ऑन रेडिट. डिस्कसिंग आइडियाज कि यार ये कैसे करेंगे, वो कैसे करेंगे। हाँ, डिस्कॉर्ड पे। तो वहां जाके आप देखो कि अच्छा ओके ये रिवोल्यूशनरी आइडियाज ऐसे डिस्कस करें, और 2 years down the line you see this impact.
No, absolutely. But this is how it started, right, Vishal? I mean, in 1995, internet was the same.
Everything
Right.
starts like this.
Right.
Infancy में ऐसे ही होता है.
So absolutely. What are your
add
thoughts on
couple
that?
of things to it. Again, coming down to very common level. One is accessibility. ये सब technologies की आपके सबके हाथ में phone तो है, WhatsApp आप use करते हो. Metaverse कितने उन्हें experience है, किसी ने नहीं यहाँ पे. So is it not there? It is there. आप भी जाके experience करते हो. कितनों ने किया? Accessibility. तो मेरे को लगता है कि when things have to come down to a level जहाँ मेरे 75 साल के father use कर सकते हैं, then things are good. मेरे use करने से कुछ नहीं होगा.
True.
It's a very so इसी से मैं I'll come to accessibility is a very elitist kind of culture होता है कि tech वालों को तो सबको एक वो divide आ जाता है world में कि tech वाले ये सब tech वाले बैठे हैं यहाँ पे. I'm the only non-tech guy. The tech guys are very clued on.
That's why you're in the center.
Yeah. The tech guys are very clued on to it कि ये tech का use क्या है. Normal industry में use कैसे नहीं पता लग रहा है because पता भी नहीं जाके कहाँ से. I mean, when I was building a virtual showroom, I didn't know which company to approach. I went all the way to Bangalore जबकि ये लोग दिल्ली में बैठे हुए थे. I didn't even know how to approach.
और मैं तो आपका दोस्त भी हूँ.
Yeah, when this guy was working on it, I didn't know कि इनसे भी help ले सकते हैं.
True.
So accessibility is that. Second is cost. Cost के दो aspect. Who pays for it? Does the company, do I as a company first make it and then give it to you, or will I, as a user you pay me for using something like this? तो वो cost कौन bear करेगा? It's important. And जब नई technologies आती हैं, mostly companies are the ones which are driving at the cutting edge, the big tech companies. But it has to come down to the smaller companies and everyday users, as I say. And everyday आप use case के लिए आप pay करने को ready होगे, then it goes mass. Third is talent, of course. I mean, these technologies are different kind of technology. AR, VR, सब एक अलग-अलग हैं. Blockchain एक अलग technology है. Where is the talent for it? Talent अभी भी इंडिया में the normal engineering talent is very generic. It is not geared towards very specific use cases in the industry, and that is where industry and the institutes have to collaborate more closely because technology is changing very fast. जब तक आपको एक चीज समझ आती है दूसरी चीज आ चुकी होती है. आप सुन रहे हो तो उसके बारे में तो वो कैसे उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाएं, वो कैसे टेक्नोलॉजीज कन्वर्ज होंगी एक्चुअल वर्ल्ड में, वो बहुत जरूरी है देखना. लास्टली व्हाट ही सेड के इतना ज्यादा डेटा है, हमें सबको घबराहट होती है. डेटा मतलब मेरे बारे में तो गूगल को मेरे से ज्यादा पता है, मेरी बीवी से ज्यादा गूगल को पता है मेरे बारे में. सो वो प्राइवेसी का इश्यू बहुत ज्यादा आता है जब डेटा की बात आती है. वेयर विल दैट हु इज इन कंट्रोल ऑफ दैट डेटा, एंड दैट इज अ गवर्नेंस भी आना जरूरी है. लोग बोलते हैं, क्रिप्टो वाले बोलते हैं कि गवर्नेंस हमें नहीं चाहिए, हमें को रूल रेगुलेशन नहीं चाहिए, बट गवर्नेंस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, पॉलिसी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इट हैज टू हैव अ बेसिक लेयर ऑफ गवर्नेंस के हु ओन्स द डेटा, हु यूजेस इट, हाउ डज ही यूज इट, एंड उसके देयर हैज टू बी सम, मेरा डेटा मेरे पास होना चाहिए, दैट्स इट. एंड दैट इज वेयर द वर्ल्ड इज गोइंग टुवर्ड्स, बट अभी उससे काफी हम दूर हैं. सो इट हैज अ लॉन्ग रनवे टू गो.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a good start. It has a long runway to go, but there are also things which are happening. You talked about personalization and security. I think that's exactly where decentralization coming picture, that why only Google has the data about you, why should also have that, right? so
that will be very dangerous.
Mayur, over to you. Mayur, your comments.
Yeah, so basically
safer than Google. Safer than Google.
Yeah, Mayur, sorry.
So if we talk about limitations which we are facing currently, see, we were just few hours back we were talking to someone. This guy have tried a VR headset, and he said after 5 minutes of using it I had a headache.
Yeah,
right. And it means that the current devices which we already have, they are not suitable for us to use it for longer time. When I say in the beginning, okay, it is for something where we can live, work and play. For that to happen, the devices have to, they have to be very durable, very lightweight, and they have to be usable basically. So you can use it for, let's say, 15-20 minutes at max, but that you cannot use it for work like we do work on laptop. I work 8-9 hours a day usually on my laptop. So that's what is required.
Yeah.
Currently, whatever we talk about, every metaverse that is being created is, they are not interoperable. So, and that's the beauty of metaverse which we have to bring in.
Correct.
Right. Till the time every metaverse start talking, like my colleague Vishal said, that there has to be some governance, and governance come in and that brings us more interoperability into it. That will be the time when we will be able to easily synergize. For example, I am having something in this metaverse which is belonging to this factory, for example, and I have some assets in here. I should be able to move it to some other factory very seamlessly, so that that value is created out of that. Whereas currently that is not the case. And lastly, people actually have to think it in direction. I'll tell you, because I keep on talking to businesses, telling them about metaverse. So at the end they say, "Bhai, kya kitna sale hoga isse? Converting kitna aega?" So that is the only question which we see. Whereas we know that it is actually able to only support the sales, or it will help the business to grow. It will make it productive, but it can actually do not right away. It cannot ask convert it to sales, right? So people have to actually adopt it, and till the time that happens, we will not be seeing a word which is away from our word. It's a digital word. We can keep on talking about this, but for it to happen, we all have to actually embrace it. We all actually have to believe in it and then build it.
No, fantastic. I think, so edge computing to security to interoperability, all are pretty valid reasons. Aniket, what are your thoughts on this?
So very quickly, with the last question that was said with regards to Web 3.0.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing. You are the owner for what you see. With regards to data, I have a very simple aspect to it. Boss, you need to pay for it. Nothing is for free. You are ready to pay $5 a year for Facebook. We can say you're not getting advertisements. If you're not ready to pay, bear with it. Your data is for sale. Right?
Absolutely.
So Web.3 is just giving the option of you having to own your data by yourself, which by default right now is more driven by the companies, the giants. Blockchain, it has been utilized, just not, it has been majorly utilized by Maersk or the shipping industry, where they have saved more than $6.6 billion and helping them to trace, and there's another company helping them to trace their shipments from, let's say, 3.5-4 days to 2.2 seconds in terms of how they've been able to do it, and they've been able to do it with the help of blockchain. Lastly, with the upgrade, hopefully went well today. We are looking up at the crypto, the blockchain crypto. So mining is the basic problem, wherein we are looking up at the kind of consumption of energy that has been building across is as good as to a small country. So that we are looking up at a change with the next upgrade by 99.95% from being a proof of work, which is the basis of blockchain, to a proof of stake. So that's a concept. I'm sure we can discuss it later, but just to give it across, energy, other these kind of problems that we have been facing with blockchain or these kind of technologies have already now seen a resolution at large scale. And it is just a matter of time that why having crypto was not easy or mining was not easy would change and will become easy and available to you to keep it running it even in your normal laptop, and that will change up right now. So
no, I think
next
fantastic.
couple of months.
That's a very great insight. Let's give a big round of applause for the panel, guys. Yeah, I think as we rightly summarize that if you're not paying for the product, you are the product, right? And whether it's the Web 3.0, Web 1.0, or a retail business or a big corporate, it will remain same. And what Web 3.0 or these technologies do, they just enable for you to deliver something which you always wanted to, but it's not happening because of the current scenarios or availability or inavailability of the tools or processes that we have. So that's all from our side. I would like to again thank Aniket, Mayur, Vishal and Prabhat for joining us today. And thanks so much PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this interesting talk. We are always available and on the floor, and we'll be more than happy to take any further questions probably next time.
Yeah.
Over to you, Jatinder ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anubhav ji, for moderating this session so well. In fact, this was one of the most exciting sessions, I will say, because since we are talking of metaverse, we are talking of futuristic thing, where Industry 4.0 is one Metaverse is one of the pillars for Industry 4.0. So big round of applause for all the panel and particularly for the moderator of this session. A small token of felicitation from PhD Jammu.
मेरा चेक भिजवा देना आइए एनएफटी कर देंगे ओके आइए जगन्नाथ जी थैंक यू
Thank you, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, now the most important session of the day. We are talking of Industry 4.0, we are talking of Metaverse. Until unless we have people, the skilled people who can actually make the use cases for the industry, everything will go in fact for a bust. So, in order to understand the skill requirement, the talent, particularly for Industry 4.0, we have created this very important session on which sector skill councils to bridge the skill gaps in Industry 4.0. So may I request all the distinguished speakers for this session to kindly come on the dais, please. Hi, sir, please come. Hi, welcome. Mr. Ravi Kant Chamathi, Ms. Jancy Matthew, Dr. Vilasha Gaur, Mr. Rajesh Ratnam is joining online, Mr. Rindam Chaudhary, Mr. Brajesh Kumar Podar, and Mr. Sanjay Sharma. Please come on the dais.
Hey, boss, कैसे सर? बहुत बढ़िया। आ गए यार, पूरे ग्लोबली जा रहे हो यार। क्यों कहाँ ग्लोबली? कैसे भाई? हाँ हाँ लिया।
एक्सिट उधर जाता है
टाइम मिलेगा सबको भूलने का नहीं चेयर छोड़ दे
चेयर इनके लिए छोड़ दो आप चले जाओ
आप मैं अरे यार ओके ओके
So first of all, a big round of applause for all the distinguished speakers for this session. Thank you. In fact, right from the morning, we are talking of Industry 4.0. In the inaugural session, we had a discussion that digital assets and the human capabilities are going to be a new balance sheet. And we talk of human capabilities, particularly Industry 4.0, wherein just we had this session Metaverse Web 3.0. until unless we have the skilled workforce who can actually turn the wheels of Industry 4.0 in terms of enabling the technology, in terms of actually going for the innovations and the strategies to make the Industry 4.0 compliant, I think we'll be actually missing a bus. And particularly in skill space, as we know that NSDC is one of the nodal agencies which has actually totally turned around the skill ecosystem in our country, wherein we are seeing that a lot of skilled, workmen are coming, our youth are becoming skilled day by day. Lakhs of youth are being trained on every day by different sector skill councils. So this is a very, very important sessions wherein we'll be understanding the nuances of skill ecosystem, particularly in the era of Industry 4.0, and also how this can be actually linked with Make in India campaign also. So without any further ado, we'll start this session. To start with, I will first of all request Mr. Ravikant Yamarthi, CEO and officiating CEO Logistics Sector Skill Council, to kindly share his thought process with the august audience, please. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, all of you, and thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for giving us this opportunity. So firstly, I would talk a little bit about logistics because I am from that Sector Skill Council, because not many people are aware about this logistics. And specifically, how it's connected with Industry 4.0 is what I'm going to sort of reinforce. Firstly, to talk about the cost of logistics. India has got the highest logistics cost, which is 13 to 14% vis-a-vis compared to the world's average of 6 to 9%. So to be a little simpler in terms of making it simple to understand, our products are not competing with the other products produced by other nations in the international market. To give you an example, the similar product which is manufactured in India vis-a-vis a similar product which is manufactured in China, we are not able to compete in the US market because our cost of the product is very high compared to the cost of the product which was produced in China. This is just because our logistics cost is 13 to 14%, which the government is trying to bring it down to 9%. So fortunately, and possibly this is the right time to talk about this, because tomorrow our Honorable Prime Minister is unveiling the National Logistics Policy. So that the whole focus of National Logistics Policy is to bring down the cost to 9%. So that's something which has to, which is what we are trying to achieve. And one of the primary components to bring down the logistics cost is also to have skilled manpower in the sector. Because why skilled manpower is very, very important to cope up with the Industry 4.0 in terms of making our products competitive in the international market, is because our incident rate is more than 35% in India. So when I talk about incident rate, it's purely connected with the manpower who are working in the logistics sector. Just to give you an example, to make it understand, if you have ordered something through Flipkart, you know how much is the cost which is incurred for the last mile delivery for any e-commerce company for that matter? 50% of the logistics cost is incurred by the last mile, the one who is coming and delivering that product to your doorstep. So if you're not getting that product, imagine there are 130 billion, I mean, we have 130 billion population in India, and of which if I even take 10 million people ordering for Amazon in a day, 10 million orders being shipped from XYZ place to your doorstep, fulfilling these necessary components of delivering the right product to you in the right condition, in the right time, in the right place. So a lot of algorithm has to get into this in terms of getting that product from that place to your place. Just in case if these four components are not fulfilled, either of it, for example, it's not delivered in the right condition, then the reverse logistics cost comes into aspect. So which means, or you get a wrong product. You have heard about Amazon giving it free of cost when somebody received an iPad when he has ordered for a 100 rupees product, but he has received an iPad. So they have to give it free of cost. So the reverse logistics will incur a lot of cost again, which is 50% of coming to your doorstep, again coming back to your doorstep to recollect that product and bringing back it to the warehouse. So skilled manpower is very, very important in terms of ensuring that the incident cost is at its lowest, so that we are also competing in the international market, and also our logistics cost has to be brought down. So I'll deliberate further in terms of how technology can come in. So sir, thank you so much.
Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Yamarthi. In fact, now I'd like to request Ms. Jancy Matthew, CEO, Construction Skill Council of India, to share her thoughts with the august audience, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, PhD of Commerce, for inviting me for this deliberation. I am representing Construction Skill Development Council. So when I talk about construction workforce, this comprises of about 11% of workforce in India. And in construction workforce, mostly 85 to 90% of workforce is of, the semi-skilled to skilled workforce. And around 5 to 10% is high-end engineers, management professionals, and the kind of people. So when we talk about Industry 4, I'm not sure how much employment loss is going to be taking place, because 85 to 90% of our construction workforce comprises of the skilled and semi-skilled workforce, motor skills most probably. So a lot of huge number of contractors operating in India. When we talk about Industry 4, say 3D printing, there are a lot of houses constructed using 3D printing technology abroad, but not in India at present. But maybe later on in future it may come up. So that segment is there. And then when I think about drone technology, which has got huge application in construction industry, site survey or monitoring, project monitoring, real-time monitoring of the projects, operational monitoring kind of things, a lot of applications I can see for drone technology. And VR and AR, that also has a lot of modeling, designing and planning stage. This can be, these technologies will be applied. Definitely these technologies are in use by high-end companies like L&T, Shapoorji, and these people. They are vastly using this in their construction projects, road projects, railway projects. Here the applications are huge and it will be very helpful. What we can do as a construction sector skill council, because we represent the construction industry, and one of our major job is to identify what type of job roles will be coming in Industry 4 and the occupational analysis, and what functions are they supposed to be doing, for conducting, for performing this task using a drone technology or a VR AR model. So what sort of, because human intervention is definitely required, what kind of human resources you require. So this what we do is, we are an enabler for finding out what kind of occupation will be there available in the market, and what sort of job roles, and what is the career progression. This we can identify, and we develop qualifications and national occupational standards. So for the future technologies, right now we are doing this. So we are identifying the job roles, and we are developing qualifications with the help of industry. Because in the morning, speakers were talking about, dying out of civil, electrical, mechanical, engineering. People are not taking it up. There is a reason why people are not taking it up, because when you come out of the engineering colleges or your institutions, what is the salary you are being offered? It's a very pathetic salary being offered. Why? Because the education system is also to blame for that, because academic learning and industrial requirement, a huge gap. There is no connect now. So the sector skill councils, thankfully, have identified a lot of job roles, qualifications, occupational analysis done, career progressions done. So now there is a possibility of taking up these national occupational standards and changing their curriculums, so that the engineers, when they come out, they will be industry ready. Engineers, be it engineers, diploma holders, ITI, school education, because NEP 2020 talk about, vocationalizing the education. So these are the things which through sector skill councils, all of us sector skill councils have developed qualifications in our segments. Like for construction, we did it. For logistics, they did. Like that, everyone has got their own. So a lot of learning, education is possible right now. And see, there are a lot of future technologies, but during the forenoon, the IIT professor was telling the application and where it is going to be applied, that need to be understood. So how we develop a qualification is we actually invite the industry people who is working in this space and ask them what are the functions. What are the functions? When we develop a job role, this is how we develop a job role. So we identify that functions, put it in a performance criteria and a knowledge criteria. Performance outcome is the outcome which you have to produce using these technologies. And to produce that outcome, what underpinning knowledge you should have. This is actually is given in a national occupational standard. So if these things are there in the college level, in the school level, see, there are national occupational standard is nothing but a major function. So for example, if you are a barbender or a mason, everybody knows about a mason's job. So you need to do a brickwork or kind of a thing. So in the college level itself, that particular competency is taught. You know, when they come out of the institutions, they will be more employable in us industry. So there are huge number of national occupational standards available right now. So this need to be integrated with the academic education so that people can be employable once they come out. So this is the problem which has happened because the mechanical engineers, civil engineers, and the other engineers which was produced, they were totally not in sync with the industry requirement. Now it is possible for the future technologies also. We are developing these qualifications, and we are in connection with the industry only. We find out what is it that they have to perform. So this is how we develop it. And those curriculums, those things have to be integrated in the learning. That is how you can produce a good quality industry ready person. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. In fact, construction sector skill development council is one of the major, you can say, the job providers for the country. In fact, all the migrant labor and even in unorganized sector, most of the population of workforce is working in this construction skill. So there's a huge and mammoth task for you to actually surmount the challenge of actually enabling the workforce to get skilled, and particularly as we are gradually moving towards automation, there may be certain job roles which may be automated. So teaching new skills, particularly for the automation for those machines and those processes, I think that will be a great daunting task. Thank you very much, man, for sharing your thoughts. Now I move to Dr. Vilasha Gaur. Dr. Vilasha Gaur is the CEO of Electronic Sector Skill Council of India. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jitendra. And first of all, thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for keeping such a apt topic for today's brainstorming panel discussion here. As we all understand that Industry 4.0 is something which cannot be stopped, whereas now we are moving from 4.0 and very soon maybe 5.0 also. So definitely it is very, very important for everybody who is into academics, who is into skill development, and who is from the industry side also, that we have a sync together, that what the industry requires, what kind of workforce is required at all levels, and how we are bridging that gap. So I think that is the session for today. And I would like to say that electronic system design and manufacturing, the ESDM sector is a sunrise sector. There's a lot of focus which is being given on manufacturing in India and make in India. And there are various government schemes which have been launched, like we have production linked incentive scheme, we have specs, we have EMC clusters, where we are taking India on forefront, and we want that now it is not only a place where we do only assembling of products, but let's manufacture the electronic products in India. So that is the main reason that in the coming years also, we'll be seeing a lot of demand increased in the skilled manpower in this sector. And definitely at ESSCI, we are trying to bridge this gap by making new job roles, making new qualifications in this regard. So there are qualifications which are for IoT hardware and analysts, there are qualifications for embedded systems, then we have for building management system, mechatronics. So how we work is we have divided the ESDM sector into 9 subsectors. So the major component is consumer electronics, then we have PCB design, we have industrial automation, communication and broadcasting, security and surveillance. Then in e-mobility, we have drones and EVs. So, I mean, normally when I speak to somebody, I say that as a human being, what we do in a lifespan, normally we eat and we sleep and we repeat. But I say that coming from my electronics hardware background, I say that we eat, sleep, electronics and repeat. I mean, once I get up in the morning, the alarm which rings, the Wi-Fi which I use, the AC which is running while I'm sleeping, while eating the food, if the AC is on, the TV I'm watching, when I'm sitting in a car, so everywhere you see the electronics is there. People do not understand that the computer science and IT is one part, but the hardware part, if I'm able to do everything on my single phone, if I'm using 1 TB of space here, if I'm able to access the internet, definitely it is IT. But how it has come from a laptop to a phone, it is the electronics hardware which has made it possible. So electronics is affecting our lives every milliseconds also. So definitely we understand that we are into a serious business, because once it is affecting our lives, it means people will be requiring it more. And when the demand will increase, definitely the production has to increase. And the production has to increase, definitely more skilled labor will be required. So definitely we have to understand that we have to come up with the courses that we'll be able to bridge this gap. This can be fresh skilling, upskilling or reskilling also. And we'll complete 10 years in December in this skill development endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaur. Now I'd like to request Mr. Anthem Lahiri, CEO, Automotive Skill Development Council, for his thoughts.
Thank you, Jatinderji, and thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me to be part of this session. Also, a very relevant session in today's context, and I can see a lot of youngsters in this room. So happy to see that there's an interest in Industry 4.0. Just to give you a quick background of the automotive industry, while I'm sure many of you would be aware of it, because automobile is something which interests most of us, which we can see. And automobile industry, in fact, has just recently, we've become the 4th largest automobile market in the world. It's about a US dollar $100 billion industry in India. We contribute to about 6% to the overall GDP and about 38% to the manufacturing GDP in India. And we also contribute about 8% of the overall exports that India does, as an industry. So it's a very significant industry, and we employ more than 30 million people, both direct and indirect, as part of this industry. There are a lot of technological disruptions that are happening in this industry today. Of course, my colleague, Dr. Abhilasha, just spoke about e-mobility, EV. This is definitely one big area of disruption that's happening in the context of the automobile industry. And the other big disruption that's happening, mostly related to the manufacturing of the vehicles, is around Industry 4.0 applications. And that is because how we design and make our cars today globally. So if we look at the entire value chain of automobiles, we have Industry 4.0 application right from the very beginning, which is the R&D phase, where we are trying to develop products, where we are looking at developing prototypes, applying, let's say 3D printing is become, and I think I was listening to the previous panel also, where we are using a lot of simulation softwares, which today allows us to cut down on the whole product development cycle when we are doing new product development. And along with it, we also have the support of 3D printing or additive manufacturing that we generally know of. And in the context of prototype development, 3D printing is a very, very important application that has helped us in cutting down on the time for this. So these are areas of application which we see on the research and development side. On the manufacturing side, a lot has been talked about automation, application of robotics, application of IIoTs. we're talking about connected factories. Today within India, there are automotive plants where in a particular shift, there are more robots that work in that particular plant than human bodies in the plant, of course. But does that mean that we will employ less number of people? Probably not, because it allows us to have more number of people in much more different kind of skills, where we are looking at design of automotive workstations, workflow processes, testing, validation, all of these areas. There's a lot of engineering brain that is required in this country. And unfortunately, this is an industry where we hugely lack research and development manpower. Because automotive is not like a very, I would say, straight-jacketed technology. It's not only mechanical, it's not only electrical, it's not only electronics, it's not only IT, it's not only chemical, it's not only rubber, it's everything rolled into one. And all of these have an interplay. So we are looking at, youngsters who are willing to understand automotive as a system, rather than the narrow definition of an engineering branch of study. So while those engineering branch of study is important to understand the basics, but we'll need to move beyond that if we have to do much better R&D in this country. Even for after-sale service, Industry 4.0 is a huge enabler today, because we are talking about vehicles which are connected. Huge amount of data is available today at the fingertips of each dealer. So today, I always say that I come from a dinosaur era when the industry in India was hardly an automotive industry. So when we used to get our vehicles to the service station, they would usually put a sticker on your sun visor that your next service is due on so many kilometers or, whatever date. Today, you don't need to do that, because the dealer can actually predict. If you have a connected vehicle, don't even have to predict. He actually gets a real-time data in terms of how many kilometers have you done. It also gets data about the health statistics of the various subsystems of your vehicle. And they can actually tell you that your brake pads are wearing out now. Over the next 10 days or 15 days, you need to come and get your brake pads changed. Or your coolant is running low, please come to the center within the next 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers, and you can get your coolant changed or brake fluid changed. So these are, huge differences that have happened even in terms of after-sales service as well. And finally, on driving itself, because you have now vehicles which are connected, intelligent, smart vehicles, driving is also moving to a very different level. We are also talking about newer job roles around telematics, which Ravi was talking about in terms of how do you bring down your cost of logistics. One of the key elements of that would be how do you use your vehicles in a much better optimized manner. How do you have a lower cost of maintenance of those vehicles? Because if you can maintain it at the right point in time with the right amounts of servicing, then you will obviously get a better uptime of your vehicles, and you can reduce the cost of logistics, one part of the cost of logistics. So these are very, very important applications of Industry 4.0 in this industry, and it's going to become more and more exciting as we get into even more amalgamation of the newer technologies that we have being generated across various industries. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Indram Dairy. I come to Mr. Brajesh Kumar Podar, CEO, Instrumentation, Automation, Surveillance and Communication Sector Skill Council.
Thank you, Mr. Ditnu. I can read this statement now. This Industry 4.2 an enabler for Make in India. Well, Industry 4.2 is not just a technology enabler. I say this is business enabler also for Make in India. Because when we say Make in India, it's not just making in India. if you are making in India and if you are not globally competitive, you don't have the market, probably that is making no sense. So when we talk of make in India, we should be able to manufacture products where we can achieve a scale, the quality and the competitiveness in the global market. That is very, very important. And to achieve that precisely, this is not going to happen with the current infrastructure. Now the technology adaptation is very, very important. Now the technology adaptation require you skilled manpower who can actually bring those technologies to the soft floor. This is very, very critical. And that is the reason this can happen only if we have this skilling ecosystem in a way where the technical, you can say engineers or say the ITI students or the polytechnic students, when they come to the industry, they have the right skill with them. This is very, this is evident because the technology is changing very fast. It's not very easy, like, for every year to change the curriculum in the college for the students to learn new technology. So that way the skill development courses, the kind of role the Sector Skill Council is playing, that becomes very important. That we identify the right skill which is required by the industry. We design qualifications accordingly, course curriculum accordingly, and then those skills to be imparted to the students when they come to the soft floor, they are industry ready. Because if you see most of the industry, this is the biggest challenge, like, and the both sides, the challenge is both sides. The students, they talk there is no job. When you go to the industry say they are not finding the right student. And most of the industries, they have their own training system. They train according to their need. But this synergy is very, very important. How to bring that synergy, that is one of the major challenges we have to work jointly. That is one aspect. Now, when we talk of Industry 4.0, now again, the experience is about the experience, the consumer. We are moving towards mass production to mass customization. The adaptation of Industry 4.0 technology is going to empower the consumer. As a consumer, I should have a right, I should have a choice to buy the product the way I want. Now, to empower that way, the complete value chain, right from the manufacturing to the delivery of product to the consumer, that has to be totally experience driven, and experience has to be in a way that is totally designed by transformative technology. In the logistic, the use of RFID, all kind of technology, like, when you're on the soft floor, like, the production line is going on, and then how you can optimize the efficiency of the plant so that you can bring down the cost of the product. So these things are very important. So I think skilling from that perspective becomes very, very critical for this kind of ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Poddar. Now I'd like to request Mr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO, Skill Council for Mining Sector, for his views.
Thanks, Pyaro Singh. Feeling honored to be with you, all the guys. Basically, I am a HR professional, but now handling this Skill Council Mining Sector. Just a quick question. I don't know this audience is. What about your background? How many of you may be interested in mining? I don't know. How many of your siblings or fathers are working in mines, or have you been to any mines, open cast and underground mines? Just a quick raise your hand if somebody has seen the mines. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm glad. At least I can convince you what I've been handling. Fine. Mines are a difficult subject. On we work. These all my colleagues are above the ground, and I am below the ground. Humble person, down to earth, inside the earth, taking out not many precious metals, whether zinc or lead or gold or silver or cadmium. We just dig out not many material contents. So God, it's a very tough job. It's a very remote locations. We are not spread across India like all these colleagues are. You name any location, a village, they will get the Amazon delivery, you'll get the car, or you will get the house construction, everything is available. But mining is confined to limited states. Where you name Rajasthan, Karnataka, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, that's all, Goa, some 6-5. And then there are a lot of government policy matters to, sometimes they support some industry, sometimes they do not support. Like this keep on happening. So, we are governed, our promoters are FIMI, Federation of Indian Mineral Industries, having 400 industry mining members, and the mining contributes around 1.69 of GDP. And it is a well structured study that for every one job in mining, we create 9 additional jobs. Okay. During my span of hiring with the Vedanta, whenever you go to a lot of premium colleges, we used to talk to, I used to provoke them, यार mining में तुम क्यों आना चाहते हो? वो अल्टीमेटली बेचारे बच्चे लोग खुलते हैं, सर वो पीयर प्रेशर है, इंजीनियर बनना है, AI में अच्छे नंबर नहीं आए, मार्क्स नहीं आए, तो चॉइस था नहीं. तो mining is still not so likable profile, but I can tell you, the people who are involved in mining, they love their profession. Such a thrilling profession, such a challenging job. You love to be inside, the underground mines, and you have a lot of facilities. You have all the rescue chambers. You cannot believe the huge machineries which cannot come in this even hall also are working inside the mines. Dumpers capacity has rose from 40 tons to 100 tons to 240 tons. Dumpers are working in the mines, open cast and underground mines. So it's a very, very exciting kind of challenges are there in mines. And now we encounter a challenge of scaling people. As per the PwC study carried out for Skill Council in the year 2020 during the COVID period. So they have predicted there is a requirement of around 8.50 lakhs of population in mining community and majority in NSQ 4 level, ITI diploma. So normally I represent the blue collar kind of community, not the high level engineers, you and above you. So training is very, very difficult and training is very costly in the mines. We may speak 40, 50, 60. Demand is there, demand will be there. Mines are getting automated because of ventilation issues, because of so many other underground hazards. Now there are industries who are bringing up new technology. The remote operation mines are being done. The machinery are being replaced by the battery operated machines. A huge consumption of fuel is going to be reduced. A huge suffocation inside the mines is going to be reduced. So we need people to train to adapt to those kind of technology, and Skill Council Mining sector is marching ahead to address those kind of things. You can't believe if we provide the training for the underground mining people, say dumper operator, tipper operator, or mines electrician, mine welder. You leave aside mine welder, mine electrician is a maintenance job, nothing much required infrastructure. But for training dumper or jumbo drill operation in the mines, can you believe the training of one person for 3 months costs around 1.25 to 1.5 lakhs? I am pretty sure this must be, you may agree with me, my colleagues, we will be spending highest amount on the training of this skill. So very, very challenging. And one unfortunate part is that schools are also not promoting this kind of mining. Mining से डर लगता है, underground पे कहाँ जाएगा, केज कहाँ जाएगा, क्या होगा? हमारे दिमाग में पिक्चर आ जाती है अमिताभ बच्चन की, उचास नाला में कौन सी एक माइन रही थी, और लोग डर जाते हैं माइन देख के, माइन में पानी आता, सब आता है. ठीक है, नेचुरल कैलेमिटी एक्सीडेंट कहाँ नहीं होते हैं, सब जगह होते हैं, अच्छे लोग चले जाते हैं कहीं ना कहीं, माइंस में भी होते हैं. लेकिन आजकल बहुत टेक्नोलॉजी है जो प्रेडिक्ट कर देती है, इट इज वेरी वेरी सेफ है. आपको जहाँ पे कोर आपको ब्लास्टिंग करनी, जहाँ मग गिरेगा वहां पे आपको दिक्कत नहीं होगी. सो अभी हम लोग ये जो 1.5 लाख 1.25 लाख जो कॉस्ट आ रही है माइंस ट्रेनिंग के लिए, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन दैट. Recently, we have awarded a contract to one of the renowned our partner in Noida, who is creating the all training modules into VR module. So like dumper, tipper, you must have heard about simulators. The pilot gets training, the other automobile, the truck, people learn on the simulators. We are now switching to the VR technology, just put on headgear with Oculus kind of system, and you just feel as if you are either flying the Boeing, or you are in the mines, or you are just driving the dumper tipper. I am pretty sure this will reduce the fear psychosis of the people and also reduce the cost of the training. These are a couple of things I wanted to just share with you. And as we move further, I will share a couple of more things. And one or two good success stories. One small success story. Hindustan Zinc, we developed a mining academy where we trained jumbo drill operator. Out of say 10,000 people, we picked up around 350 people. And after we started training for 6 months, it was not sufficient. We expanded to 12 months, not over, 18 months, not over, 24 months. It was residential program for the unemployed youth in Rajasthan for Hindustan Zinc. Today, after 1 year of shutdown of COVID, yesterday only I spoke to one or two guys who were trained during my tenure. So I'm glad to share that the jumbo deal operator who works in the mines, a worker category, he is getting salary of close to 40,000, 50,000 rupees. Can anybody compete the salary structure, the mine space? No, not at all. Leave aside your senior management leadership or the young engineers working for the computer IT sector. But the worker category people are getting 50,000 salary plus bonus as gratia per year around 60,000 per year. Normally bonus goes to say 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. So from this forum, whether you are interested in mines or not mines, my urge is to please percolate, please communicate to your siblings, to your known family, friends. Mining is a very good job provider. You get very good salaries. They are a very good player in the mining sectors. To name all big players, whether Hindalco, whether Vedanta or Coal India, people, there's a huge demand to keep on coming for GTs or other category also. So please communicate. No need to worry about the underground culture. Well paid, good township. They have all good townships, swimming pools, and hostels and houses, furnished accommodation. So I'm not in marketing for the hiring, but it has come because of my HR tactics. So just wanted to share these initial remarks, and thank you very much for calling me over here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In fact, you are a brand ambassador for mining sector, needless to say, and the energy you just, with the energy you gave your deliberation, I'm sure that there will be a lot of, eyeballs that will be raised that, mining sector can be also one of the preferred, sectors, particularly in the skill domain. Now, what we see, sir, like despite so many, opportunities our youth are getting in multiple, skill sets in different sectors, but there are a lot of challenges also, we are facing as skill providers, because particularly when we see the numbers and when we see actually happening on the ground, because since we work closely with many, industry leaders, and most of the industry leaders, they're always skeptical in terms of, getting the trained skill manpower. They always say that we do have the, employment opportunities, but we are not getting the enough, skilled workforce. So this, dialogue has been there for the last, 10, 12 years since I joined PhD. It's my 12th year. And every year, like whenever we do anything, intervention on skilling, whenever we send, a questionnaire to all the industry leaders that, we are doing a program and what are your thoughts on this and what you want to ask the domain experts. They always say the same thing, that there's a lot of skill gap, although we have best of the skill gap studies, we have best of the curriculum that is being done with best of the, the labor information management system, the all those, the skill courses, they are world class. But at the same time, there's always a dissatisfaction. So according to you, just wanted to ask, what is the major challenge your respective skill sector is facing, that why not we are able to actually, bridge this demand supply gap? We can start with Dr. Vilasha Gaur to start with.
Yesterday only with somebody, I was having this deliberation, the same question. And I said that this year we are celebrating 75th year of independence. And most of our ministries are almost minimum 40 to 50 years old. Whereas Ministry of Skill Development started in 2015. So we are just 7-year-old. The schooling system, let it be CBSE, NCRT, state boards or ICSE, they are there since ages. So the number of students who are going to school, who are passing out from colleges and universities, it was always there. The number is too big. Whereas the industries which are there, so students, they say that we are not getting the jobs. The industry complains that we are not getting the right kind of candidates. And in almost all forums, when we go to universities, the complaint comes from the student side. When we go to the industry forum, the same kind of remarks come from the industry side. So what I want to, in this brainstorming session, I want to come up with this point. That definitely we do understand that there was a gap in the aspirations, or there was a gap in the skill set. That is the reason around 7 years back, this ministry was made, and Ministry of Education is there, and this specific ministry was made. So definitely it will take some time to come up with a sustainable model. I'll say that still what we are doing it from last 7 years, like almost all sector skill councils are almost like 10 years old now. Because in 2007, in India, we started the vocational education in skill development. Earlier, it was only Industrial Training Institutes, ITI, and Ministry of Labor and Employment, under their department, Directorate General of Employment and Training, they were the only one who was handling vocational educations for almost 70 years. 2007, first time in the 5-year planning, the Ministry of Labor and Employment, they launched a scheme called MES, Modular Employability Skills. That was the time 1,428 courses were made in different sectors. Just to give you a brief, almost there was a lot of deliberations which happened, and they said, okay, we need skilled manpower, it is just not happening. I'm talking about 2007, so almost 15 years back. And these 1,428 courses, lot of details, lot of academicians, lot of industrialists who sat together and made these courses. Even they said that a worker who is working on a petrol pump, the way he has to do firefighting is different from a firefighter who is operating at some other place. They said even if you make a kaju burfi, it's a different kind of skill, and you'll not believe there was a course for a snake charmer also that time. They said because it's a different skill. So with that kind of philosophy in 2007 in India, we started it, okay, because once an electrician, plumber or anybody or even a construction worker is coming to our house, we don't ask for a certificate from that person. Whereas when we talk about other countries, so everybody comes with a card. Whereas this is not the culture in India. So a lot of informal sector is there in that case. So definitely it will take some time. The people have already started working towards this. Even in 2015 also in India, when we launched these courses, the flagship schemes like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana or Ministry of Rural Development as Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Vikas Yojana, or different states also, the programs which was launched, the main focus were on school dropouts. So the major courses which were made or the kind of students which were trained that time, they were either 5th, 8th, 10th pass. The focus was on them, as we completely understand that there are a lot of students who drop out in India, a major percentage who does not reach to a college also. So that was the reason these courses were started under modular employability skills. They said, let's not go for 1-year diploma or a 3-year degree. Let's train them for 3 to 6 months so that they understand hands-on, they get hands-on experience and they can be employable. So that is with the same philosophy this was started. But now I'm really happy to share with you, and all my colleagues will also support, that in last 3 to 4 years, this vision is expanding, this is widening. Now we all are developing courses, not only for school dropouts, but we are developing courses for 12th pass, even for engineering graduates also. And that is the reason when we talk about Industry 4.0, lot of futuristic job roles have already in place. So I'm sure, I'll just say that have some more patience with us, and just 7 years have completed, give us some more time, and I'm sure on the industry forums when they come and say that we are still, there's a huge gap in skill workforce is there, I'm sure it is filling. Maybe the size or maybe the pace is slow, but I'm sure we have we can make India as a skill capital for the world.
Great. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for your thoughts. Mr. Ravikant, your views on this.
Thank you, sir. Well deliberated by my colleague Ms. Abhilasha. So I'll talk about 3 ecosystems. This is the challenge that we as an sector skill council, especially the logistics, has been facing. One, there was a skilling ecosystem which was established in 2014. Since independence, there was nothing in logistics. For 75 years that we had been speaking, it's only for the past 5-6 years that there's something which has taken shape in logistics in terms of skilling. Otherwise, there was nothing, or it was not an aspirational. Neither if you ask somebody that what is that you would want to become in life, definitely the answer was not that I would want to become a logistician, right? So that some sort of a shape has been brought in. Secondly, the industry ecosystem where as a sector, we're not an industry in India, because we've not been accorded an industry status for logistics in India. So I call this as a sector. So logistics sector did not have any sort of a regulation in terms of that, we take or we recruit skilled people. 95% of the logisticians working in India at this point of time, including me, we have all got into this sector by opportunity and not by choice. So we all got the job in logistics sector. Some consultancy called me and they said a job in DHL. Would you want to take it up? I took it up, and that's how I learned logistics. So we did not get it by choice. Number three, the educational ecosystem. Anybody that you would ask, even today, of that matter, that what is that you would want to pursue? Somebody would say that I would want to pursue BSc, BA, BCom, or BE, or an IIT, or so on. But how many of you are aware that there's a course on logistics which is BBA logistics? How many of you are aware which is being run in 64 institutions? I could see a lot of Lloyd tags. I assume that you are from Lloyd Business School. How many of you know that there's a MS in data analytics and supply chain in Lloyd Business School? Right. So how many of you know that we have twinning courses in logistics where 1 year is being pursued in India and the other one is being pursued in the US as an apprenticeship program in Bradley University, Illinois? So we have programs in NIOS, we have programs in logistics literacy programs in schooling, in CBSE and all the aided schools. So these three have to be integrated. The skilling system, the industry, the education have to be integrated. That's when I think the skilling system will take some sort of a form in terms of having that relevance. Because otherwise, if you meet somebody from Germany and you ask him like, what is that you are, he proudly says that I'm a Mason with an NSQF level 4 qualified. Our education system was not that. So now, as per the new education policy, I think that's been integrated, where you are having vocational education integrated in the academic education with an apprenticeship component where you'll pursue that in the industry. So once these three gets integrated, I think that's already taken as a from a policy perspective. That's also already included in national new education policy. From an implementation perspective, I think all the sector skill councils have implemented that. Logistics has got that implemented in 64 institutions with 1,750 students who are already pursuing that. And the beauty of this is, first year and second year they would do the education in the academic institution. The final year they will do an apprenticeship in industry, paid apprenticeship, and 90% of the students, even before they completed their graduation, have already been employed. Number one, whatever the fee that they have paid for the first year and second year, they've already earned it and earned that in the third year through the stipend that they've got through the apprenticeship program. So once this integration happens, I think we will be in pace in terms of how to get the right perspective for skilling in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, I think you need to glorify this logistics sector skill council more, because these are certain facts which are not known to many people. Thank you very much. Sanjay Saab, over to you, your views on this question.
As I told you earlier, mining was always never likable kind of profession and always full of risk and remote locations. So there's a challenge to attract people for this discipline and this kind of things. And I share the training costs are always very high. But looking to the skill gap study and the requirement, we are reaching out to many industries. We have written them with the PwC certification, what is the requirement. And in fact, a lot of the industries, all so-called big industries, were not aware of this skill ecosystem since 3-4 couple of years ago. But now I have seen the last 2-3 there is a great push from the ministry, from our Prime Minister sir, from Pradhan sir, and everybody is pushing so hard. Every day we are opening some of the other meeting and all these conferences and to see how things are driven fast. So now there is a focus. Now industries are listening us also, and they are collaborating for the skilling upgradation program with us. One more thing, by default, all the CEOs of these sector councils are designated as joint apprentice advisor. But again, there is no awareness in the industries. People have again some traditional mindset. They go for the designated trade, ITI welder, ITI, all these things, but they are not aware of the optional trades. Whatever qualification files we produce, we generate, all the councils. These have a lot of sanctity, and at par they could be taken by all the industries. So now we are pushing slowly. Yes, our trades should also be taken as optional trades in your industries. So recently we did a program in Northern Coffee Limited, Singrauli, where we trained around 500 people, including 22% diversity. and girls have also learned the skill of welding, HMM mechanic role, and mine electrician. So now they have been taken first time in NCL Singrauli as a trade apprentices on optional trades. So now people are understanding, people are appreciating, and we are trying our best. And one more dark side. You may not be knowing, but let me update you. There is a fund, the State Mineral Foundation Trust. Whosoever mines are there, they in that respective district they contribute some royalty and some fund is created. You'll be amazed to know that there is a corpus of around 68,000 crore rupees lying in this JMFT fund in the mining dominant states. Hardly 50% fund is used till date. If we take out the segment of the skilling to be spent, out of 6,000 crore dedicated from this total corpus, again hardly 45% is spent on the training. So now, this State Mineral Foundation Trust, who are chaired by our collector Mahodayas or respective districts, now they are getting also aware. Now they're also getting good young people from IMs as a advisor to a consultant. They are bridging gap between us and the district, and we are running a program for the mine affected people. We call PAP, project affected persons. So these people are being trained to be employed in and around the mine sector or beyond their mining areas. So there's something new dimensions are now coming up, and we are the first council, let me take pride, who could intercept, who could dig out this corpus, and we got two programs done, one at Singrauli and another at Angul, Odisha, where we train around 150 people in the mining trades. Now 3-4 projects are still in pipeline. Maybe by next 1 or 2 weeks we'll close some more things. So my only thing is now it is being visualized. People are getting attracted, and there is fund की कोई कमी नहीं है. There is enough fund. Only thing हमको जाके थोड़ा हिलाना पड़ता है, थोड़ा समझाना पड़ता है, साहब ये फंड है, इसका पर्पस ये है, इसका मैंडेट ये है, and we are here to support you. So I think अभी जिस तरह ग्रेजुअली स्पीड पकड़ रहा है, मोमेंटम आ रहा है, एंड देयर वे डेफिनेटली कवर दी जो गैप दिख रहा है 8,50,000 का मैन पावर का, इन कमिंग इयर्स वी विल एबल टू फिल अप द गैप्स. दैट्स ऑल आई कैन ऐड.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sanjay Sharma is from mining sector, and in fact, sir, you are sitting on a gold mine. Right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Brajesh, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, gap is real, and I totally agree with Dr. Vilasa when she said no work in progress. So we all are working things to improve, and it's certainly going to improve. But then yes, this is also real. When you go to the industry forum, they say we are not getting the right student, and at the same time students, they say we are not getting the job. So this problem is also there. Now if you look at the total training ecosystem in a very simple way, the 4 components I see, you should have students who are eager to learn, then you should have right kind of course which you can offer to the student, and then a good training center and a good trainer. These are the 4 critical components. Now if we analyze it because the student side, okay, definitely there is a lack of awareness. Some of the courses, skill development, yes, some kind of skill courses, they don't think these are aspirational. So that is one challenge from the student side. Now if you come to the course curriculum side, okay, so we are working hard. We are trying to identify what kind of courses should be offered to the students. So that is again, there is something is a ever improving kind of exercise, and we are working on that. Now again, another challenge is, now if you go for the training center, now it depends what kind of skills you want to impart. Now some of the skills, if you need to impart, you got to invest a good amount of money in the lab. But again, that becomes a challenge, who will invest in that lab. So sometimes what happens, we compromise on that quality, the right kind of equipment is not there. We are trying to manage the imparting training on not so sophisticated and modern equipment. So that is where the quality of training is compromised. Okay, and when we say the gap between the industry, and because industry is not trusting the kind of skills being given to the students that is actually useful to them. So the gap between the service provider to service user, that also has to be bridged, because I don't see any reason, if the student quality, if the kind of training is good, why industry will not hire them. I mean, I don't see any reason, but that trust, that kind of synergy, that is a challenge. And again, it's not about a single stakeholder's job. It's like everybody has to come together, brainstorm, think about like, how jointly we can work on this to improve the situation. It will take some time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Arindam Lahiri, your thoughts on this, sir?
I think quite a few challenges have already been highlighted, but I'll pick up from where Mr. Brajesh actually, explained the 4 components of the training system. So if we look at Industry 4.0 kind of programs, student awareness is something that we will all have to work, because a lot of colleges today do not offer that kind of an access to that information. So integrating that with what is actually required in the industry, I think we need to work both from academic institutions perspective as well as from industry perspective, and both have to work together to ensure that the students are actually made aware of the programs. On the curriculum side, I think given the focus of sector skill councils being one of the, their major work being on the design and development of standards and curriculum, there I think our focus has to be that how do we integrate all that is happening in the industry and bring it real time. There are challenges around that, because the speed at which technology changes and the speed at which a curriculum approval process, takes, these work on different phase lags. So those are things which we are working on. Third is, of course, quality of training centers. And this is where I think industry can play a very important role, because without the involvement of the industry, it will not be possible to offer courses which are of the latest technology. And I don't have to go too far into future of about Industry 4.0. Our industry had a major technological shift in terms of emission standards of vehicles. Some of you may have heard about it. From April 2020, India shifted to the BS6 emission norms, which is aligned to the Euro 6 norms. And we jumped straight from BS4 to BS6, which means that there was a very significant gap in the skills of the existing manpower. And of course, with new manpower coming in, also the colleges would typically teach student on BS4 based technology rather than a BS6 based technology. So we have tied up with the OEMs to ensure that the BS6 vehicles, engines, exhaust systems, aggregates, etc., are made available to various academic institutions. And also the final component which Brijesh was talking about in terms of trainers, which is what I find as one of the biggest challenge in the skill ecosystem. People who are very knowledgeable and who are very skilled, you can't expect them to come out of the industry and get into training, because they will obviously be in the industry. Okay, nobody is going to leave them from industry to come and be spending time in training. And people who come into training do not have the best of the skills and the knowledge. Now, how do you bridge this? The fact is that you have to work very closely with the people who have an interest and a passion for training, because that's something which you can't train people for. But pick those people, get them to be exposed to the best of the technologies and the best of the methodologies for the technology training. And then only you will have a good battery of trainers that will be available. And our council specifically, we've been working very, very focused approach in terms of creating long-term training programs for trainers. In this country, we don't really, have a program, long-term program for trainers. And training of trainers is usually done in a workshop mode of a few days. That doesn't really empower the trainer to get to an understanding of what is really happening in the industry. The other thing that we are working on, and hopefully we should be able to match, is take our existing trainers and give them a short exposure every year with some of our industries, so that they actually get to know how the industry has shifted from year 1 to year 2, to year 3 to year 4. The moment that happens in a much more scaled manner, I think we will have much better output coming out of the academic institutions, because the trainers play a very significant role in terms of delivering the curriculum the best of the curriculum that you design, the best of the infrastructure you get. If those are not used by the trainers in the best possible manner, the output will always remain very suspect. So I'll stop here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jansi ma'am, your views on this. Thank you.
So we were talking about the skill gap. Recently, I read some article in which I read in construction sector by 2022, there is going to be a skill gap of 4+ crores of workforce. And all sector skill councils, I would really congratulate them, because we have instituted in 2014. So the first job I got in my council was to develop, identify the occupations, job roles, and develop 100 qualifications. That's the job I got. We got it done, completed within a year of span with the help of Accenture. So we did a very thorough study, conducted a lot of workshop, invited the major industry people, done functional analysis. That is how we have developed 100 qualifications. And sadly, those qualifications, although we have developed in 2015, people are not aware of those qualifications or those standards. Because see, we are industry bodies. All sector skill councils are representing their own industry. We identify what are the job roles in the industry, what kind of functions it requires each job role. This is our job to find out, and then we develop a curriculum, skill-based curriculum. Now there is an academia, there is schools. They need to integrate those, whatever we have developed, they should use those, so that this gap will be reduced. Then only, because I am requesting PhD chambers to put this idea into the mind of policy makers, the engineering colleges or the normal colleges, ITIs, they should take the use of these standards. There are around, say, 100 qualifications, or on average 5 national occupational standards, 500 to 600 national occupational standards. You don't have to take the whole qualification as such. If you look at any school curriculum or a college curriculum, how soon they change the curriculums? They don't change the designs. Why not use these standards, integrate it with their curriculum, and then those kind of people, when after those learnings, when they come out, they will be industry ready. So this is a very important thing, I think, the policy makers, because we can't do that. We can represent industry, we can find out what is their requirement, we can develop standards. But the learning, the training, the academic thing, it has to be taking place through colleges, engineering colleges, normal colleges, schools. It has to be integrated. NEP 2020 is talking about that. It has not started, but I hope it will start.
Right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. I'll just ask the last question with just one-liner, answer from all of you. For example, I'm sure that as sector skill councils, you are ahead of, the times in terms of understanding the skill needs, because the job roles and, national occupation standards keep on evolving from time to time as per the needs and expectations of the industry and as per the, market forces and dynamics of time. So if you have this crystal ball, you can, actually do the crystal ball gazing. Can you relate like what percentage of the job roles that are right now in the scope or in the ambit of your respective sector skill council, how much of those, will actually become redundant over the next 5 years, considering that we are actually moving towards industry 4.0, automation, robotics, and there's a totally, different landscape we are entering in. There is so much technology disruption is, happening that things are going to change, overnight at times in some of the sector skill councils also. So I just want to understand your views, ma'am. We start Dr. Vilasha Gaur. What percentage of all those job roles will totally become redundant in another 5 years and 10 years down the line?
Definitely. To answer this question, 6 months back only, we had 152 qualifications, and now we have 85. And out of these 85, 35 are new. So it means, if you'll see, that there's a huge change. And all these things are definitely a good spiral effect of industrial 4.0. And in the coming times also, I'm sure it will be approximate 50% job roles, which will change. You are taking 5 years, I'll say after 3 years only. And just to end my remarks on this, I can say that we say that speed and accuracy is the new currency for the business, and industrial automation, industry 4.0 is definitely will be affecting all spheres of life in that case. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I would say that there's a lot of rationalization which is happening because multi-skilling has become a norm and multi-skilled workforce has become a norm. So it's no more that I would only perform one job, rather I should be skilled or I should get skilled to perform multiple jobs is the norm, specifically for logistics industry. So I would say that at least 25-30% of the jobs would become redundant. However, it would be replaced by a bit of an upskilling. To give an example, now somebody who's doing a warehouse picking in the warehouse, he is doing manual picking. So there are a lot of technologies which are being infused, like pick to light, voice picking sort of, and picking with material handling equipment. So somebody needs to get upskilled or sort of reskilled to ensure that he is still persistent, he still make a lot of sense in performing that job. So redundancy wise, I think there wouldn't be a lot of difference, but yes, there would be an upgrade with respect to the job roles that are there in terms of rationalization or technology being infused into the sector.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sanjay sir.
Yeah, it's a continuous process of bringing new technology, new files, and removing the old one and not required. Technology is demanding; it's happening. In fact, so I think we also had around 60 QFs, bunch of files, but I think we had to done it with 10-15 files. And now this year, based on industry inputs, we are creating 6 to 8 new files. And then, as I told you, we are converting some of the content into VR content. So it's happening. Even industry, what you, Mr. Ravikant said, the jobs are getting squeezed. It is not that like we don't have leisure of putting a helper also for a old mindset, and jobs are getting squeezed. We require multi-skilling people. Today, the BSc girls are handling the control room. Earlier, if you remember, any manufacturing locations, every small plant will have their own dedicated control room. Now these are all demolished. Now, like a ATC tower, there is a center tower is coming up where you have a 360 view of entire your mining operations or smelting operations, and 2-3 guys in the ship can control various parameters. There are a lot of alerts, a lot of alarms there, and just by way of walkie-talkie, other communication, the things are taken place. So this also reduces the risk of working at the hazardous kind of atmosphere, acid place, and the where blasting is there. So this is a continuous process. I mean, every time I believe 10-15% QF will get our redundant, and we need to create new one. It will keep on happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I represent instrumentation and industrial automation. That itself is a futuristic area, and I don't see redundancy kind of problem. What I see, like the existing qualifications, we need to add something, improve on that, and maybe add more qualifications which are more futuristic, and adding components of industry 4.0 right up to MES and ERP level. So all those things will be added. So that is the scope I see.
I tend to agree with what Dr. Avilasha just spoke about. So I think from a job role perspective, we would probably have about 50% job roles which will become more redundant. From a curriculum perspective, I think in 3 years, 100% will become redundant. We'll have to upgrade the curriculum in a 3-year span. It's a continuous process because the technology, as I said, is changing every day. So you would need to incorporate some of these. But a lot of new areas we expect to come into the space. So overall number of job roles, etc., we probably will see an increase, but what we have today will give way for new job roles actually.
In construction, I don't think there is so much redundancy because these are mostly motor skills. Because labor is cheap in India, And if you are using some high-end technologies, it is very capital intensive. Therefore, most of which, like your masonry or bar bending or scaffolding, it is almost the same kind of traditional job roles. So, but I see more jobs coming up in the future skills, specifically planning, designing, and this kind of areas. Because being capital intensive, I'm not sure how fast it is going to come here in India. The 3D printing kind of a technology for constructing. So as long as that is not there, we need workers, and we have focused on 85 to 90% of our workforce, which is National Skill Qualification Framework 2 to 6. That is what we have developed. Actually, some of the job roles are archived because there was no training taking place. It doesn't mean that those job roles are not there. Those job roles are very much there in the industry. And there are a lot of people working in the area. But recently, NCVT had taken it out saying this is not being trained and assessed. Therefore, this is be taken. But the job roles are there. So I don't see 85 to 90% jobs are there.
That's great. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. If there is any question from the audience, we can take 1 or 2 questions at max. Yeah.
As all the leaders panelists are sitting, and they had brought up one common problem, a challenge, the awareness. Now what the Sector Skill Council is doing, to create awareness at the school level or at the village level, to bring those candidates to the training centers. Is there any or any other industry or collaboration working on that particular parameter? Thank you.
I think there are a lot of things which are happening, not only from the central government side, but from the state government, as well as various forums, various sector skill council. And the reason earlier it was all centralized, now every state and union territory, they have a skill development mission there who work for their own state. And just to quote this number also, that in last 10 years, we have done around 1.7 million candidates who have been trained and certified. And this footprint comes from 577 districts. So I'll say yes, awareness is increasing day by day. And there are a lot of skill gap studies which all sector skill council are doing. Earlier it used to be that what kind of jobs will be there. Now they are getting more deep. Now we are even going state-wise as well as district-wise skill gap studies also, that in this particular district, what kind of students are there and what kind of industries are there. So that there's a lot of mobilization also need not to happen once we identify that for this particular state, for which industry, and how many people has to be trained specifically for this area. So those things are definitely happening. Yes, but we do understand that India is a huge population and people are there. And but definitely these kind of forums where I'm sure all people from Sector Skill Council, like tomorrow we are celebrating Vishwakarma Day. And almost 400 plus programs are happening across India in the form of various convocation ceremonies. You have never heard of convocation ceremonies for short-term training programs, but tomorrow almost more than 100 convocation ceremonies are happening, where with completely dressed just like you get a degree. So a student, that kind of a respect is being given to the student who has done a 3 month of training also. So convocation ceremonies, lot of awareness programs for apprenticeship, lot of job melas are there. And even tomorrow we have a function in AICT hall also, where the Prime Minister, the Skill Development Minister, Cabinet Minister and state ministers will be there, and they'll be awarding a lot of candidates also who have completed their skill development programs, few of the success stories. Even some of the trainers will also be rewarded. So these are some of the activities which are happening.
And with this note, let us congratulate all the sector skill councils for doing a very, very daunting task. In fact, when, these SSCs were made, there was a target of 500 million, students, youth to be trained by 2022. And as we know that normally whatever good work they are doing, it is not visible because they don't glorify what all good work they are doing. But gradually, I think the time has come wherein they have to boast also all the best case studies that have been done. For example, convocation is one of the important turning points, madam, that will actually help to sensitize and also create a lot of traction in the skilling ecosystem also. So ladies and gentlemen, in fact, we have these 6 decision makers of the sector skill councils here, and these 6 people are responsible for at least 25% of the entire skilling of this our nation as a whole. A big round of applause for all these decision makers. So as a mark of respect, a small felicitation from PhD chamber to these important people.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.